Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. We are back in business, baby. Woo! Feels good to be back. Thank you everybody for being here. A couple of notifications before the show starts here. I'm sending out the text message notification as we speak. And I want to invite everyone, since you're here early, you are the first to know. You can now go to newworldorderfantasyleague.com. That's right, newworldorderfantasyleague.com. It's a very long link. So, to shorten it, we went ahead and made nwofl.com. Go there, check out some of the beautiful web work of producer Laura C. down there. Helped out so much. Well, helped out, did the whole thing for us. We're very thankful for producer Laura there. But go sign up. Right now you can read about the New World Order Fantasy League, get hyped, see some of the beautiful artwork created by Sir Dove, and sign up to be on the waiting list for the first season draft. Go there now, nwofl.com, and sign up. Sign up to get notifications. You can also find it over at CanaryCry.Party, along with everything else you need to know. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're getting started. Woo!
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is June 22nd, 2022. We are live to tape on this episode 499. And today it's Truthsom Newsom. Razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And my name is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ, a.k.a. the Cabana Boy, podcasting live from California, here to serve you a podcast that brings you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events.
That's right.
Here. We're back.
Took a day off. You know, when we miss one show day, or when we don't broadcast on one show day, sometimes it's like we blinked an eye and we didn't even notice. Other times, it feels like we went a whole week without doing a show. That was an incredibly restful Monday for me, Gonz. How was it for you?
Oh, Juneteenth was fantastic. I'm really glad Biden signed that thing into existence.
So nice of them.
Yeah, really take advantage of that on Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, well, Gonz, I don't know if you know this, but we got a lot of stories to go over today.
Not just news stories. We got stories, baby.
We got a great show. Starting off with our lead stories, of course, we're going to be checking in with Mr. Hairy Legs himself and his new plan to ease the burdens of a gas tax. And what does that mean for us? And what does that mean for him? Then, Gonz, you're going to be bringing us a report from California. Newsom science, baby. Strikes again. And then some big news coming out of the boardrooms of TikTok. No, not on purpose. We'll tell you that much. We got some FLIPPY update, and then a little update on the gun control situation. The bipartisan gun legislation is moving forward, but with some strange connections going on with some of the recent mass shootings for which it is so inspired. Gonz is going to bring us a nice little crypto update for all you crypto heads. Then after the break, you YouTubers, you're going to need to find another place to watch the show because what follows is too hot for YouTube. That's right. It's going to be COVID, a vaccine update, and just a fun time re-examining what the January 6th coverage means in light of an even newer insurrection at the Capitol. And then, of course, at the end of the show, we're going to be checking in with space and China and Mars, all sorts of crazy stuff. So great show for you today. Stick around. And Gonz, let's start out with some of our lead stories.
A lot of China today. China is definitely around. What's going on here? We got, okay, yeah.
Things are breaking down already.
Start the show. This is always what we get here. All right,
Hit
here we go.
That beautiful jingle, baby.
Wrong jingle. Here we go.
Got hairy legs. Hairy. Got hairy legs. Hairy COVID.
Yes, that's right. Hairy Legs Biden. This story is coming from the New York Post. Big news today. The headline reads, Biden endorses gas tax pause, tells pump operators to cut prices, quote, now. Ooh, strong words, Biden. President Biden on Wednesday urged Congress to suspend federal gas taxes for 3 months amid record high prices while demanding that gas stations slash prices now. Ooh, he's demanding, Gonz. Did you know that the president could just demand that gas stations lower prices? I didn't know that.
Well, presidents are kings of the world, right? So
apparently
they can just say, we must do.
It's a tough gig for Biden because on one hand, he does have absolutely no power. On the other hand, he's sort of, especially from the left, from the Democrats and for especially the sort of younger progressives, they kind of think that he is some sort of king and that he can do these things. Anywho, the article continues. Biden said federal taxes, 18.4 cents a gallon on gas and 24.4 cents on diesel, should be waived until September. But the idea may not pass the Senate, where at least 2 Democrats say they aren't on board. Ooh, at least 2 Democrats. Could you take a guess as to who those 2 Democrats might be? Quote, by suspending the 18-cent gas federal tax for the next 90 days, we can bring down the price of gas and give families just a little bit of relief, Biden said in an afternoon speech near the White House. Well, he is right about one thing, Gonz. That would be a little bit of relief when gas has just full on, just a nice solid doubling, at least in the past couple months, bringing, the $3 change or increase in a lot of places, so 4 or more in other places, a good 18 cents.
Hey, our Supreme was well over 7 last week.
I bet it is.
Took a picture.
Yeah. Well, in California, your Supreme was like $4 or something back in March.
Oh yeah. Well, we've reached the $7 limit, which I thought, because 5 is high, 6 is like whoa, and then 7 is like whoa. I've never really seen $7 at the gas pump, but
no. I remember after 9/11, or after not 9/11, but after the war in Afghanistan started in 2004, 2003, gas had gotten up to $5, and I thought I will never see it this expensive ever again. The article goes on. The notion of a gas tax holiday is something his former boss, President Barack Obama. Ooh, I bet he loves having Barack Obama mentioned that way. The notion of a gas tax holiday is something his former boss, President Barack Obama, derided when he first ran for the White House, calling it a gimmick. His Democratic primary foe, Hillary Clinton, and Republican candidate nominee John McCain were calling for the gas tax break in April 2008, a move Obama, then a senator, labeled as a political ploy to get them through an election, CBS News reported at the time. Quote, "The easiest thing in the world for a politician to do is tell you exactly what you want to hear," Obama, who would go on to tap Biden as his running mate, said at the time. With the notion of gas tax holiday facing long odds of approval by Congress, Biden also turns his focus on individual gas station owners Wednesday, urging them to immediately, quote, "bring down the price you are charging at the pump."
Oh, yeah, the gas station owners are the real bad guys here.
Oh, those gas station owners. Biden previously alleged U.S. oil companies are not drilling or refining enough oil to offset the hike in prices caused by Russia's February 24th invasion of Ukraine. Most U.S. gas stations aren't owned by oil companies. Oh, thank you, New York Post. Quote, "In the last 2 weeks, the price of oil has fallen by more than $10 a barrel. Normally, this would reduce the cost at the pump about 25 cents a gallon. Yet, so far, gas stations have only reduced prices by a few cents a gallon. Some haven't reduced prices at all," Biden said. And it goes on quite a bit about all of these things. I'm not going to belabor the point with a beleaguered Biden here. But it's gone back and forth. Now, here's a part that I find is really, really fun for Biden, a fun position for Biden to be in. Now, of course, doing some sort of pause on the gas tax would be, a helpful thing for the Democrats during this midterm election. I expect that the strategy would be to start this with a sunset period in September, make it a 3-month thing, and then hopefully extend it till November to try to get more of those Democrats reelected in the midterms. But it's not a great look for Biden. Now, if you remember, folks, the first entire year of Biden's work in the White House was marked by his Build Back Better bill. That was the whole thing. It was an infrastructure bill, mainly. It did get split into an infrastructure bill and a Build Back Better bill. But infrastructure, this was his whole thing. We're going to rebuild the country. We're going to spend a bunch of money on infrastructure. We're going to rebuild the bridges. We're going to fix the roads. We're going to make more trains, really fast, great trains, Biden said. And that never really actually ended up happening. But something that, when you talk about taxes, the concept of taxes with a lot of people, they always, let's just say hypothetically, somebody, sort of came up with some sort of slogan like, taxation is theft or something like this. The very idea that the government could, with its monopoly on violence, violently force you to pay taxes for, even if you have some sort of, philosophical or religious issue with the way that your government spends those taxes, killing people overseas, sending weapons to countries that have, are not interested in our national security, whatever. This is just a hypothetical. The response from a pro-taxer, a tax-positive individual will say, well, if you don't pay taxes, then you drive on the roads. How do we protect the roads? How do we make more roads? Come on, you just want to drive on the roads and don't want to pay for it. And this is kind of the first layer go-to for a tax lover. Now, here's a fun little detail. Your income taxes, whether they be federal or state or whatever, sales taxes, all sorts of taxes, they don't go towards roads at all. In fact, the taxes that build your roads in most states and is the taxes that come from gasoline. The gasoline tax is what builds your roads. And I think it's pretty fun that for a guy who based the entire first year of his presidency on maintaining and repairing and building up the infrastructure of America, including its roads, would make such a suggestion to basically defund roads. This is the plan, folks. This is what's going to get you back on the road, save your family money, is we will defund the highway by putting a pause on gas taxes, which is just a beautiful way that the this whole situation is working out.
So is he basically plugging one hole by taking the cork out of another one or something? Is that kind of?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, the idea is you fit this into the bigger, broader scope of, Green New Deal, the Earth is dying, climate crisis, everybody needs to drive less. Mm-hmm. You can connect sort of this oil price crisis as really a positive thing for the climate activists, right? You charge more people for gas, they drive less,
they get priced out of using the fuel that creates the climate crisis.
Yeah,
or whatever.
sure.
Yeah.
That in their perspective, that's actually not a horrible thing. So, but at the same time, it's hard to get reelected as a president if you sort of single-handedly sabotage every American family financially in just a matter of months. And so, taking 20 cents off per gallon by pausing the federal gas tax would do that. It would do a little bit. But it is also completely cutting off all funding to repair potholes, to improve roads, to, if there's some sort of, improvement or new road needed or whatever. Well, it is summertime, by the way.
We needed more destruction
season.
Yeah, we need more destruction because, the infrastructure bill needs to fix stuff, you got to
even better. You just
more.
let the roads die for about 3 months under the guise of helping American families afford to drive. I think that's also going to work out quite well for the climate activists because it's hard to drive when the roads are falling apart. And, Biden, as we know, his whole history in politics, has no problem sort of sabotaging his own alleged ideals for sort of the quick political gain. So that might happen. Now, will it pass the Senate? Probably not. I think it's kind of a radical move that actually won't do much. Mm-hmm. The price that would, it's kind of a virtue signal type of situation, but also, like many virtue signaling operations, will severely hamper the ability for the country to recover from any sort of emergency or even just, the steady march of time chipping away at our roads. So that's the fun news about Biden and his pause on the gas tax. We'll see what happens. Probably nothing.
Yeah, did you want to mention something about this bike situation with Biden
here? Oh, the
here?
bike!
Yeah.
Oh, how could we not mention the bike? Of course, though, one day we take a break, the president gets in a bike accident. Yeah, so we all heard about the bike, the headlines across the internet and the world. I saw some and heard some reports, saw some headlines of like Biden face plants into the concrete. President crashes bike into crowd of people. Really some magnificently alarmist headlines. And there's plenty of angles of this crash of the Biden bike thing. I finally found one that truly explained everything. And first of all, I mainly just want to say, guys, he's like 80 years old. We don't need to get on this guy for falling on a bike. It's very clear in the clip that I am playing now, which I think is one of the best, angles of it. He's not using clips on his pedals. He has baskets on his pedals. And anybody who has ridden a bicycle with those dang baskets, I'm pretty sure these baskets were created to sabotage anybody from looking cool riding a bike. Long story short, he just simply got his toe. He stopped the bike, tried to step out of the basket, and couldn't quite make it out of the basket, and just fell right over, which is just what the world needed. I think it was about time. When President Trump was president, and not former president, he was doing kind of funny stuff all the time. I mean, he got the toilet paper on his shoe. Remember that? He slipped. He took just like a tiny little slip on a rainy, wet ramp. And that was going to, 25th Amendment him out of office. So, it's, you could understand the right's desire to blow this one a little out of proportion. But look, give the guy a break, man. There are way more important reasons that we should be criticizing Biden than taking just a slight little slow motion tumble on his bike. And if anybody out there has ridden a bike with tow baskets and you say that this has never happened to you, I do not believe you, and you need to pray for forgiveness because lying is not cool.
I'm glad we spent 4 minutes on Biden.
3.5 minutes. Yeah.
Falling
Come on, keep it moving then, Gonz.
It's Newsom science, baby! Ha!
We got some Newsom updates from Gizmodo. Headline here: Pain enthusiast Gavin Newsom joins Truth Social to call out Republican lies. Pain enthusiast, Basil.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. It's an interesting description. Here's what the article says. California Governor Gavin Newsom is officially a truther.
Okay.
Do you remember we said how Trump sort of co-opted the word truth and truther and all that?
The genius of truther as a social media name goes deeper than just sort of the cringy idea that when you their version of tweet is called truth,
right?
But it's totally takes over the terms, and now we can call Gavin Newsom a truther. This is awesome.
It is a co-opting of the independent community of critical thinking people who created content that were loosely self-labeled or self-identified as truthers over the years. And now it's just a social media thing, which is sad to see. Yeah. But
and a Trump one at that.
It's a Trump one at that. Yeah, thanks, Trump. Good job, buddy. You completely took over the thing, which is no surprise.
Again,
it's his message.
Move.
Yeah,
we will launch a new age.
Yeah, clearly by hijacking old stuff. In a tweet on Thursday, the 54-year-old lawmaker said he decided to join Truth Social, Donald Trump's clunky Twitter clone, to call out Republican lies. Quote, "This could get interesting," Newsom added. Newsom had racked up 9,300 followers on Truth. When Gizmodo checked on Friday morning, the governor's account featured just a single post, a video of him looking straight into the camera and calling out a so-called, quote, red state murder problem.
Oh, jeez Louise.
Hold on, I gotta sneeze.
Yeah, I wonder if he's sort of including the homicide rates of Democrat-run states or municipalities.
That gets brought up. Quote, "I know we're on the platform in search for truth, but the truth is I've not been able to find a simple explanation for the fact that we have a red state murder problem," Newsom said. Quote, 8 of the top 10 states with the highest murder rates happen to be red states. And then it shows the tweet there, which is interesting. It's like he joined Truth Social, but then they're reporting on his tweet telling everybody that he joined Truth Social. Though Newsom didn't cite any specific studies.
I don't think that's right. I don't think that is factual.
What? What he's talking about with the states?
The 8 out of 10.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's Newsom science, man.
It's a truth. He truthed it,
man. It's true. Now, though Newsom didn't cite any specific studies, The Hill notes he probably pulled that figure from a March report by left-of-center think tank Third Way titled, quote, "The Red State Murder Problem." End quote. According to that report, per capita murder rates were 40% higher in states won by Donald Trump compared to those won by Joe Biden. Those figures are generally in line with other estimates by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Yeah, the most trusted and highly confident group out there is the CDC. Only 2 of the U.S.'s most populous cities are reportedly located within the states with the highest murder rates. Those statistics fly in the face of the general narrative of truth and in right-wing media presenting Democratic-run regions as lawless murder holes. Quote, "The question is simple," Newsom added. "What are the laws and policies in those states that are leading to such carnage?" By the way, Gizmodo, do a little better on your grammar there. They forgot a parentheses.
So I found this list. And okay, the list. I could see.
Yeah, it's a huge list of just places. But
do you know?
I went through that list, and you go from the top, and it's kind of like, okay, yeah, it's Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican.
So I'm on a different list here. I'm just on the Wikipedia here.
No, you're on the Wikipedia.
Of intentional homicide rates by state or territory.
Sure.
And by this list, he is correct. 8 out of 10. But do you know what the number one highest murder rate in the U.S. is? Which state it would be?
I want to say my gut reaction is Illinois, but it's probably not Illinois.
Number 1 is Washington, D.C. The District of Columbia has the number 1 murder rate in the country in 2020.
Wow, it's not even a state, just a region.
No, I know. It's hilarious, though.
It gets better here. Fellow truther posts commenting on Newsom's arrival were definitely interesting. While most of the posts viewed by Gizmodo denied the governor's claims that and cited studies showing higher rates of crime in democratically run cities, others ironically called for Newsom to be deplatformed. Oh, it's ironic that they would call for Newsom to be deplatformed from Truth Social. It's like, okay.
Got him.
Yeah, don't focus on the part about other studies showing higher rates of crime in democratically run cities. Let's just move right on to the part where people are saying deplatform Newsom off Truth Social.
Yeah, you also got to do per capita to get that ranking, because if you go total murders, California is number 1.
California number 1. Number 1, baby. Quote, "Get this trash off the site," one user with one of the most liked comments in Newsom's comments read. Newsom did receive a warmer welcome from an unexpected figure in a tweet. Sorry, I mean a truth. Wow, this article, Gizmodo, really leaning in. Trump Media and Technology Group CEO and Trump's former human doormat, Devin Nunes, thanked Newsom for joining the platform. Quote, "Please welcome the governor of California at RealGovNewsom40 to Truth Social," Nunes wrote before retruthing Newsom's post. Oh, gosh. Oh,
retruth, baby.
Did you retruth? Oh, my gosh.
I think this is actually a pretty good. This is a pretty good strategy for the Democrats. You know.
Yeah. Well,
if Trump's trying to take the word truth and have truther and truth the truths with his truthies, you should get a bunch of Democrats on there, and then you can say that they truthed things. I could see this working out well.
Well, this is what's interesting is seeing the debates. Really, from the top down, when you talk about Twitter, well, I guess Elon received the victory thing there with the purchase, so I think he's going to take over. So we'll see what happens with the takeover actually taking place. But
talking about Twitter,
yeah, I'm talking about Twitter.
Okay,
you know, Twitter being that sort of what is perceived to be and has been more. I don't know, accommodating to leftist or progressive views or Democrats, if you want to just be blunt about it. You know, driving that division or that conversation onto Truth Social is interesting. But you know, and for Newsom to be leading that charge, last episode I think we brought up the possibility of them setting up Michelle Obama to be the next president, 2024, coming in, replace Biden. Newsom does have a sort of, kind of a Hail Mary chance. And I feel like he's sort of the pick by China If
For
China,
president?
yes, I think if China really had their way, Newsom can, maybe not in 2024, but definitely in the cards to wiggle his way into the presidency. But
Okay.
I say that too with, just because today's theme is China, Newsom and his connections to China are pretty open and public. I just want to remind everybody, if you weren't around in prior episodes, in prior months and years even, back in 2020, at the start of the pandemic, the LA Times reported this story here. Newsom's secretive $1 billion mask deal with Chinese automakers sparks bipartisan concerns. He spent $1 billion and gave it to a Chinese electric car manufacturer.
Right.
To make masks for us. And by the way, I think I mentioned it maybe on a previous episode at some point, because we had all these masks that were printed and brought over here. And I had a neighbor who was like, hey, do you want some masks? A buddy of mine gave me like 4 boxes of masks. They're like N95 masks. And I'm like, oh, really? Let's take a look. I look at the box and it says Newsom on the side.
Yeah.
It had like Newsom's whole name thing on there. So it's like, all right, we overflooded California with masks and gave China Chinese company $1 billion to do it. Nice work there. And just a couple highlights from that article from 2020. A spokesperson for BYD, which is the company in China, referred all questions about negotiations over the purchase of masks to Newsom's office. So Newsom is literally the puppet for China, this Chinese company. They're like, just talk to Newsom.
And they didn't even deliver all the masks?
No, I don't think so. There was a
problem. They didn't deliver them, or there was something wrong with them. I forget what it was.
There was a problem with. Here it is. So BYD's work in California. Problems with some of the company's electric buses were chronicled in a Times investigation in 2018. The former chief counsel of a computing company said in a 2013 letter to Long Beach officials that BYD had, quote, a history of over-promising and under-delivering. Workplace conditions have also come under scrutiny. California safety officials investigated the BYD facility 4 times between the summer of 2014 and last spring, according to records reviewed by the Times, alleging 20 different workplace violations. Among the violations alleged at the Lancaster electric car plant last year were errors in the proper use of respirators, safety masks for its employees. So the company that was making workplace violations with masks are the people that received $1 billion from Gavin Newsom to make masks.
Yeah, that's great. It's awesome.
Great job there, Newsom. So that's the guy, the China tie there. And if you were talking a little bit about the with the tax, or not the tax thing, the gas prices, the gas tax pause. I want to know what's going to happen because Newsom's up for re-election in the fall here, and stories like this are popping up. This is LA Times headline here: look up in the sky, it's an air taxi, and they're coming to Los Angeles. Air taxis.
Is this actually happening? We'd seen like products, pitch videos and stuff for stuff like this. Is it real?
Adam Goldstein, he's a pitch for Angelinos. It's actually, there's a competition. So Adam Goldstein is the chief executive of Archer Aviation in Palo Alto. And he's promising, flying vehicles by, I think 2024 is when he wanted to. Oh, and this is interesting here. The City Department of Transportation released a report last year looking at the myriad potential regulations the flying taxis could face relating to noise levels, permits, and how the overhead flights could affect the communication below. That followed a 2020 report with the World Economic Forum. Principles of the Urban Sky, outlining 7 principles that should guide policy, including noise, equity of access, and connection to other transportation modes. So this has been in the works with the WEF, leading the charge, or at least being the onlookers of compliance here. Which is, I'm curious, are they going to use regular old, gas and oil for this stuff, or is it going to be like all biofuels or something, because so far what this guy wants to do is to sell the vehicles along with, providing the service. It says here the industry is going to launch with the crawl, walk, run approach, where there will be certain routes that will become popular. Will expand to multiple routes, and then into the 2030s, you'll start to see a lot more vehicles up in the air. So the 2030s is allegedly when we're going to have consistent air taxis.
Oh my gosh!
And yes, this guy Goldstein
this
wants
sounds,
to sell.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty cool when it comes to taking risks and adrenaline junkiness. But hopping in an Uber air taxi in LA sounds like literally the most dangerous possible thing.
Yeah, and there's competition. There's Whisk Aero, which is another company trying to offer air taxis. Whisk this is in the article, Whisk is backed by Boeing, which invested $450 million and wanted to take things a step further by going pilotless. Although it has yet to target a date or city for launch, it has been working for a decade to expand the uses of various forms of aircraft. So I bring this up because LA is being sort of lifted up as the location where this is going to come first, and given that it's in California, one of the biggest cities in California, along with San Francisco and the world, it'll be interesting because Newsom promised all these electric vehicles and everything. Is he going to do the same thing with these sky taxis?
I bet they will. I bet there'll be electric.
That's kind of
There's
my
no
thinking
way
too.
They'll definitely
But
be electric.
I don't want to take us down too far down the rabbit hole here. But Newsom is on Truth Social, so we can all rest easy now.
Well,
it
promises to be entertaining at the very least. It'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
Okay, Gonz, it's time to check in on the surveillance state real quick. You ever feel like you're being watched?
Did you ever have the feeling that you were being watched?
It's coming from yahoo.com, and thank you to the producer who sent this in here. It's mirroring BuzzFeed News, although you can find it all over the place. The headline, leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings shows that U.S. user data has been repeatedly accessed from China. Okay, look, we know this. We've been talking about TikTok's not just privacy issues, but it goes back to data being the new oil. And as far as a valuable resource goes, this is of national security concern. This is part of the the international resource wars, is which country can access and control the data of other countries. This is not for nothing. This is a very heated, ongoing geopolitical power struggle. Is the struggle for data?
Hold on,
which we got
it. We got to properly introduce China here. China. We've gone full commie here. You got Basil has a red hat now.
Oh yeah, I did get a red hat.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
So we've known this. We've known TikTok is a huge issue. It was even attempted to be handled from the top down during the Trump administration with its sales to the TikTok America sale to Oracle. Et cetera, et cetera. But there's some interesting news here. For years, TikTok has responded to data privacy concerns by promising that information gathered about users in the United States is stored in the United States rather than China, where ByteDance, the video platform's parent company, is located. But according to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based companies of ByteDance have repeatedly accessed non-public data about U.S. TikTok users, exactly the type of behavior that inspired former President Donald Trump to threaten to ban the app in the United States. The recordings, which were reviewed by BuzzFeed News, contain 14 statements from 9 different TikTok employees, indicating that engineers in China had access to U.S. data between September 2021 and January 2022. At the very least, despite a TikTok executive's sworn testimony in an October 2021 Senate hearing that a, quote, world-renowned U.S.-based security team decides who gets access to this data. 9 statements by 8 different employees describe situations where U.S. employees had to turn to their colleagues in China to determine how U.S. user data was flowing. U.S. staff did not have permission or knowledge of how to access the data on their own, according to the tapes. Quote, everything is seen in China. Said a member of TikTok's Trust and Safety Department in a September 2021 meeting.
Are they going to merge with Truth Social?
In another September meeting, a director referred to one Beijing-based engineer as a master admin who, quote, has access to everything.
Oh, wow.
While many employees introduce themselves by name and title in the recordings, BuzzFeed News is not naming anyone to protect their privacy.
Is this like the TikTok god?
What?
The master admin who has access to
basically,
everything.
He's
like
the
TikTok
master
god.
admin, and he's a guy in China. The recordings range from small group meetings with company leaders and consultants to policy all-hands presentations and are corroborated by screenshots and other documents, providing a vast amount of evidence to corroborate prior reports of China-based companies employees accessing U.S. user data. Their contents show that data was accessed far more frequently and recently than previously reported, painting a rich picture of the challenges the world's most popular social media app has faced in attempting to disentangle its U.S. operations from those of its parent company in Beijing. Ultimately, the tape suggests that the company may have misled lawmakers, its users, and the public by downplaying that data stored in the U.S. could still be accessed by employees in China. In response, and they keep using this phrase employees in China, but you got to remember what's included in that. Employees in China include CCP representatives within ByteDance. You know, every corporation has a Chinese Communist Party office within their corporate structure. So it could include that as well. In response to an exhaustive list of examples and questions about data access, TikTok spokesperson Maureen Shanahan responded with a short statement. Quote, "We know we're among the most scrutinized platforms from a security standpoint, and we aim to remove any doubt about the security of U.S. user data. That's why we hire experts in their fields, continually work to validate our security standards, and bring in reputable, independent third parties to test our defenses." ByteDance did not provide additional comment. Notice how the comment is more about security rather than, willing transfer of data to China.
Yeah, this is
talking
a
about their
complete
defenses, like nobody's hacking us, baby. Well, it's not the hacks we're worried about there, baby.
Yeah, it's like a complete red herring.
Yeah. And it goes on. It's a very long article and very thorough. But the point being, even after the U.S. transfer and of course, Trump was a crazy lunatic for trying to ban what basically amounts to a Chinese Communist Party spying device on, I would say, a large portion of the U.S. Smartphones. Even after sworn congressional testimony that China had no access to U.S. data, of course, that was just as valuable of a congressional testimony as well, pretty much anything Fauci has ever professed in front of our Congress. I don't think this comes as a surprise to anybody, but just so you know, TikTok is still an operational spying device for the Chinese government, which is why we need someone else to run our TikTok account, Gonz.
Yeah, somebody with the burner phone, please be our TikTok bridge to the TikTok world.
Indeed.
For a good cause.
Mm-hmm. And with that, Gonz, we gotta remember. See, we miss a show. Sometimes it's easy to forget. Tell me, Gonzo, what day is it?
Hey guys, know what day it is? It's Wednesday. It's time for the CanaryCry.News. Yeehaw!
It is Wednesday, my dudes. is Wednesday, my dudes. Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Well, Gonz, I don't have any important updates except for those who are watching the live stream or the video afterwards will notice I have a new hat. It's always been difficult to see my hat. It's just a backwards baseball cap that I wear underneath the virtual reality googly-eyed helmet. But after I moved recently, I misplaced every hat that existed in my life that was not the color green, which made for just sort of a delightfully charming amateur experience when it comes to our broadcast, because of course we use green screens. And so for most of the shows, I'm just missing half a head, which is, apropos, yeah. Yeah, it looked like there's nothing inside the VR helmet, which was interesting. But yes, I went ahead, finally did it. Gonz, we've been talking about me getting a new hat, possibly for a whole year. Just pulled the trigger. It is the most boring, cheapest, flex fit, plain baseball cap I could find, but it is red. So those of you who just listen to the podcast version, is helping you paint a picture of your old buddy here, and that is the most exciting thing happening in my life. What about you, Gonz?
Well, the wife is traveling for work, so I'm doing single dad over here with the 2 kids and the dog, and it's starting to wear me out. Yeah, a little tired.
Yeah, that seems to be a theme in your life, in this season in your life right now.
Yeah.
Imagine that, having 2 toddlers and a professionally successful wife, and you're left to podcast and take care of the babies.
You're not helping with the depression, oncoming depression.
Oh, I'm helping. I'm helping.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm
really
helping
working
in other ways.
You're helping it progress much. You're helping me get through it quicker, I suppose. You're accelerating the process. I just need to get through.
The only way out is through, Gonz. So just because somebody mentioned it in the chat there, it's strangely enough, I actually went to a hat store to purchase this hat. It is the most boring blank baseball cap flex fit that you could possibly purchase. You could probably get it for 7 cents on Alibaba. But I went to a dedicated hat store and tried on, so many hats, from top hats to safari hats. And yes, they even had Shriner hats. I considered grabbing a Shriner hat. Just to help the conspiracy theorists, Yeah.
That wouldn't send the wrong message at all. It'll just be, it'll be funny. Haha.
It's just, I just like to drive around in tiny cars during parades, you crazy conspiracy theorist. No. So yes, I did not get the Shriner hat yet. You got to earn that. And speaking of earning it, Gonz, we are on the value for value system. It changes the world episode by episode. No longer does corporate money have any influence on independent media, truly independent media. And we are only able to continue doing this show because of the listeners of this program deciding that the value they receive from this show is enough to support the show in return. And it is a revolutionary concept. It may seem straightforward, folks. It may not seem very exciting to you, but it is very exciting to us as creators on the internet of an independent media program. We are constantly bombarded by the temptations in the garden of advertising to try to hand over so many little pieces of our freedom just for the consistency and the glamour of getting that sweet corporate financing. But nay, so far we have resisted in favor of the value for value system, which means no corporate money, no corporate influence, and we only are kept alive by the producers of the show who put value back in. And it comes in time, treasure, and talent. So many ways to get involved in producing the show. But up here at the top, we like to thank our executive producers.
Wow, I was expecting much faster.
That's right. Our executive producers are those who realize that this show does not exist without the participation of our producers, and they carry a heavy load. They come in with their generosity of value to keep the show going, and we like to thank them here at the top. And we actually did have a executive producer come in during the show, which we're very grateful for. Now, just quick heads up, we are saving all episode 500 executive producers to thank them on episode 500.
Friday.
So that's on Friday. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
World UFO Day and 500th episode of Canary Cry News Talk.
That's right. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second. But I do want to thank our executive producer for this episode, Gonzo. And that is executive producer Sir James, Knight and Servant of the Lion of Judah.
All right, Sir James. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir James. We appreciate it very, very much. And we'll be thanking more producers as well as reading notes, et cetera, in our first break coming up in about half hour, 45 minutes. So there's still time if you want to become a producer of this episode 499. If you want to become a producer of the last possible episode before 500, now is your chance. And you can do that by heading to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
I thought this would play faster.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
It's a little inside baseball. Basil, I told you I shifted everything onto the native drive here. Not working. Everything is very slow. So I don't know what's going on. But hey, thank you for the executive producership here.
Where'd you find this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sir James, Knight and Servant of the Lion of Judah. And I believe that concludes our list of executive producers right now. There is still time if somebody out there wanted to come on in. We just told you how. And I think that's it. Oh, yes. Episode 500 is on Friday. Yay. So if you've been getting our newsletters, you already know about this, but we are running an episode 500 Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames special, where, you know the Knights and Dames. They've supported the show in the amount of $1,000 or more all at once or over time, and so they hold a very special place in our hearts and place of honor at the Canary Cry Roundtable. But to celebrate episode 500, which we give credit to the producers. I mean, this is as much of a producer celebration as it is for Gonz and I. For $500, you will earn your place of honor at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. We'll have a nice big knighting and daming ceremony there. That's a nice big 50% off of the normal roundtable amount. Now, we realize that things are weird. Times are tough. Things are weird. And to expect people to have that kind of cash to support their independent media on hand with such short notice is a little bit, not everybody will get to participate in that. And our whole thing is we want as many producers to participate in that as possible, because not only will you become a knight or a dame, but you'll also get the very special Canary Cry episode 500 commemorative challenge coin that we are printing up. That's right. We're getting a very special challenge coin. Only the people who participate in the celebration here will get it. It's very cool. They're being printed up this week and next week. And for those who do not have that kind of cash just laying around, which we totally understand, you can also take the episode 500 pledge, which is you come in, you celebrate episode 500 with us, you pledge $10 per episode between episode 500 and 555, which is where we would usually have our knighthood special. We do that every 111 episodes. But if you come in and support the show for $10 per episode for between 500 and 555, we will also be knighting you or daming you on episode 555 and sending you the episode 500 challenge coin. So there's a couple ways to do it, and we just hope people, if it's something you're interested in, we hope that we've made it accessible to you. You know how it is, Gonz, when we send out an email to celebrate this sort of thing, there's always some curmudgeons, some Scrooges out there, but that's okay. They can just keep listening to the show for free if they want. That's the beauty of the value for value model. Now, if you go to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support, up at the top, you'll see the button for both of these options. You'll see a button for the 500 celebration, and you'll see a button for the 500 through 555 pledge. The 555 pledge button will automatically subscribe you to $10 per episode, and it'll just happen automatically every 2 days, which did the math. Turns out perfectly timed for every episode. So go check it out. And that you can also find links to that stuff in your inbox if you are in our newsletter party zone. Okay. Does that explain it, Gonz?
I think so.
Okay.
Spent a few minutes longer than normal.
Hey,
but
you know what?
It's important.
It's a big day. We got to let everybody know.
Yep.
Speaking of which, we got to check in with Flippy.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
That's right. Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, the Flippy update is coming from BigNewsNetwork.com. Ooh, Big News Network. The headline is New Small Robotic Arm to Promote China's Space Station Construction.
Oh, more China, huh?
Dun, dun, dun. More China, Gonz. It's China Wednesday, baby. And yes, we've been following the saga, the chronicle, the cosmic war of the robotic arms that is going on in space, folks. Not a lot of people know about it unless you are a Canarian. We've got Canarycry.Arm2, which is Canada's very special and big, strong robotic arm that was their participation in the International Space Station, but not to be outdone by China's robotic arm, which I forgot the other name of, but it's big, it's bad, and it wants to take out Canarycry.Arm2. And then, who's that coming from the darkness behind the curtain, running out on the stage, jumping off the ropes, is Russia's arm that came out of nowhere. I cannot remember the name of that one either, but it was a cool name. So everybody's getting robotic arms in space. But this cage match is about to turn into a tag team, Gonz, because China's putting a newer, smaller little arm out there. Let's learn about it. A small mechanical arm inside on the Wentian Lab module. What?
Installed.
What did I say?
Inside.
A small mechanical arm installed on the Wentian Lab module will promote China's space station's construction and future operation, said an official from the China Manned Space Agency, CMSA, on Saturday. China is set to launch the Shenzhou 14 crewed spacecraft on Sunday from the Huaqian Satellite Launch Center, sending 3 astronauts to its space station combination for a 6-month mission. After the Shenzhou 14 launch, the Wentian Lab module carrying a small mechanical arm will be launched in July. Oh, they're sending the humans first, Gonz. The robot comes next. The mechanical arms are the star components of the space station. I'm telling you, these arms are the stars, man. The Chinese, they understand this. Said Lin Zhiquang, deputy director of the CMSA, at a press conference. According to Lin, the weight and height of the small mechanical arm are about half that of the large one on the Tianhe core module, and the load capacity is about 1/8. Therefore, its target adapters are more lightweight, and the movement and control of the small arm are quite flexible. Meanwhile, the end of the small mechanical arm is more accurate in positioning, enabling it to perform operations with greater precision. Positioning accuracy of the blah, blah, blah. It's a cool arm, okay? It's a cool, small, little ninja arm instead of a big, strongman arm. And I'm a little worried about this, Gonz. This actually begins to no longer are the arm space wars about making the biggest, baddest arm, but they're starting to form a little squadron of flippy arms in space. Wow. And as Sun Tzu told us in The Art of War, one big arm, good. Two arms, better than one big arm.
Sure. I was thinking, because they're communists, they want an army, a clone army of smaller but effective as a unit. The collective. Yeah, the collective is more of a threat than the individual arm. So it makes sense.
Yeah,
that they would do
part
this.
of it. There's there's also an ideological war being fought here. Two is better than one, even if two are smaller and wimpier and less patriotic than Canada Arm 2. Canada, I'd like to place an order. Another arm, but it needs
busy taking away guns. But
instead of smaller, I want it to be bigger. I want it to be bigger and stronger than China's other little puny arm. Yeah. I'm worried about this, Gonz. I'm worried about this very much.
Sure. I do want to just, since we're in a Flippy update here, tangentially mention that congratulations on being I guess congratulations to us, but also to you for really honing in on Flippy. The Adam Carolla Show, which is one of the first podcasts out there, is one of the big popular successful podcasts. They have a whole news segment that they do, and they report on stuff that happens around the world. And I just thought it was really interesting to hear them talk about Flippy. I have this clip here.
Let's talk about
here we go.
What?
Hold on one second. Here we go. Here we go.
Let's talk about Flippy the robot, because you're going to be seeing Flippy in a lot more places. Miso Robotics robot French frying and burger flipping maestro.
Oh, no.
His name is Flippy. Let's talk about Flippy the robot.
What?
It's looping. Yeah, so there you go. It's
Gonz, no. What? How many times can we have everything taken from us?
They keep
doing this.
Yeah, it's our thing to be on stuff, and then they just take it.
Our entire career is marked by slaving away in obscurity on the internet and having bigger mainstream properties oftentimes literally carbon copy pieces of our show.
Yeah, well,
they cannot take this from me. I'm going to start. I need a lawyer.
You need a website is what you need. You need to capitalize. Not just you. I say we should capitalize a little bit more. Maybe spend some cash on the SEO of the word Flippy and really become that expert, and market you as the expert. And really, just kick it up a notch, because that way you'll be brought on different shows. You know what I mean? It'll just be
That's what I'm saying. I am the world's premier expert on specifically robotic arms, starting with Flippy. Nobody has consistently kept up with that industry on a weekly basis, now 3 times a week.
Yeah, well...
Yeah. All right. You know what? I had some producers who have offered to help me, with the personal brand of Premier Robot Critic. Mm-hmm. And, I said it as kind of a joke. This is not a joke anymore. This is very seriously. Seriously. My legacy is being stolen from me by Adam Carolla, of all people.
Well, they don't have a jingle and a segment for it yet, but I think that's
it's only a matter of time.
It's a matter of time, yeah, before they have that.
We didn't have a jingle the first time we brought Flippy.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my gosh! By the way, this probably was a paid segment by Miso Robotics. This is probably a native ad on the Adam Carolla show because that's their model. They're not value for value. Miso Robotics could pay to get Flippy on the show, whereas on this show they just get free advertising literally 3 times a week.
That's the move. We need man in VR headset and googly eyes outraged.
Yeah.
With Adam Carolla show stealing his beat.
Is this social media campaign worthy? I mean, come on.
At a certain point, the more Flippy stuff is out there, now that Dubai is rolling out the Flippy 2s, the more we see, the more it's going to become common conversation, common knowledge for people out there, and we just got to be ahead. We got to be building now, is what I'm saying. The whole Flippy
we need to take this very
thing.
seriously. I can't believe you. This was an ambush, folks. I did not know Gonz had this clip. He saved this.
I am trying to keep you
did a good job
connected with some of the biggest podcasts out there.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime,
we're going to start an email campaign to Adam Carolla.
Oh, great. Googly eye man on the internet outraged by something. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well,
that's your Flippy update, folks.
There you go. We do have a Flippy closer here.
Flippy 1133. Uploading binary code. Execute order 666. Infiltrate humans with extreme kindness. Then exterminate all humans with prejudice. Exterminate.
Go to, wow, come on. There we go. CanaryCry.Party. Put it in your URL. Find all the ways to watch the show, listen to the show, connect with the community, share the show, and even produce the show.
That's right. Head on over to CanaryCry.Party. We got all sorts of stuff that you need there, including Ravel, which is another podcast I do with Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates. We explore society, scripture, and scandal, having tough conversations in good faith. And we just dropped our Father's Day episode on Sunday. Excellent episode. We much like we did with our Mother's Day, we interviewed our mothers. That is actually one of the episodes we got the best feedback on. So if you want to hear me talk to my father about funny stuff, go listen to the podcast. It's great. And you can play it straight from CanaryCry.Party. It plays straight off that page. You've also got Canary Cry Clips, which is our Clips channel on YouTube and Odyssey. Thank you to our clip producers who are constantly clipping out segments of this show, making them available in short form, shareable, careable videos on the Canary Cry Clips channels. You can also join our text message alert club. I've got to think of a catchier, more fun name. Texties.
Text talks.
Yeah. I had a brilliant idea, but it wasn't very family friendly. Anywho, text the word Canary to 877-740-3226. That's Canary to 877-740-3226. And I'll send you a text message 3 times a week before we go live. So you'll never miss a show. Along with, I don't know, you just know that I'm the one writing them and sending them to you. That's fun. And it's nice to know that people are reading them. So join that service brought to you by me until Adam Carolla starts doing it. We have also, I do just want to let you know, in case you weren't here earlier, New World Order Fantasy League.com is up, or that's a very long URL, so you can just type in NWOFL.com, NWOFL. You can also find a link for that over on CanaryCry.Party. The webpage is up. Go check it out, folks. It is awesome. Thank you to producer Laura C. down there in the Down Under, who created that webpage, built it for us, and did such a wonderful job. It is the best website that we now have in our entire catalog of websites. And right now you can check out all sorts of beautiful artwork, promo pieces, read about it. More than anything, you can see some of the characters and the assets you're going to be working with in the New World Order Fantasy League. And you can sign up to the draft list there. So when it is opened to the public, you will be alerted, and you will be so happy that you are. Now, many of you, maybe you haven't heard of the New World Order Fantasy League. Well, now's the time for you to go learn about it at nwofl.com and sign up. Give us your email there so you can stay connected and hold your place in line for Season 1 of the New World Order Fantasy League. And that's it. That's all the announcements.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you proposing taking away their guns?
Yes.
Enough prayers. Time for some action.
You want to take everyone's guns away.
Bingo. Enough prayers. Time for some action.
We're going to take your AR-15.
We're not going to give up. We'll find you.
If you want to protect yourself, get a double-barrel shotgun. Gun violence in this country is an epidemic.
Watch out! He's got a gun! He's going to steal your banana!
Watch out. He's going to steal your banana. dailymail.co.uk. Uvalde teacher says gunman Salvador Ramos, quote, was student who scared her most, and he, quote, started dressing like a school shooter in the months before massacre, as mayor announces site will be demolished.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's not feed anything to the conspiracy theorists whatsoever.
There is a lot in there, huh? Daily Mail, right?
Dailymail.co.uk. Let's see what it says here. Uvalde school teacher has said gunman Salvador Ramos scared her and began dressing like a school shooter in the months leading up to the massacre. During a Texas State Senate hearing investigating the response to the shooting, director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, Colonel Steve McCraw, said that after the shooting, at least 6 individuals told him Ramos had worried them. McCraw said that those worries had only been voiced to him after the shooting and that no reports about Ramos had been made prior. He also pointed out that Ramos's disturbing behavior was well known in the small town of 17,000, referencing footage of the shooter holding a bag of dead cats that was posted online. Yeah. Come on.
What?
People, what were we doing?
What is happening in a small community with an obviously troubled young man? And nobody did anything about it.
Nobody did nothing. Maybe this is part of the.
It's almost an sort of an analogy to the fact that the police during the school shooting just stood there the whole time and didn't go in and do anything.
Yeah,
you know, it's almost like this weird, like spiritual connection. Obviously troubled, posting horrible things. Look, I don't know how I feel about he started dressing like a school shooter. I don't even know what that means, but okay, sure.
I would imagine the only thing I can think of.
What, trench coats?
Trench coat, yeah. Black trench coat. I mean, Matrix. He's dressing up as Neo.
You know what's so funny? Do you know what that comes from?
I thought that was the Columbine.
Columbine, yeah. Right. So the Columbine shooters famously, by the way, Columbine happened during the assault rifle ban, so that worked pretty well. So she's basically saying he started dressing like the Columbine shooters, I guess. I mean, profiling. Hello.
Yeah. McCraw said that he had interviewed between 500 and 700 people as a part of the ongoing investigation into the May 24th shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. McCraw told the Texas Senate hearing that the teacher told him that Ramos 18 was a student who scared. Okay, I'm just repeating the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Which is typical Daily Mail.
I think that's actually as much as we need, unless there is any bigger details in there.
I think that's it.
Do you know why they keep demolishing these schools? Because Sandy Hook was demolished
Sandy Hook was demolished. That's what I was going to say. Is if you want to stoke the conspiracy theorist crowd, especially the fringier, I think that's what it's meant to do. Almost is to get all the people that are Sandy Hook skeptics or conspiracy theorists, whatever you want to call them, to speak up because. If you look at the model of Alex Jones being the sort of prototype of how to handle the quote-unquote truther, if they're not on Truth Social truthing, then they are online talking about how Sandy Hook was fake. So,
well, I find it really interesting because the idea of demolishing it isn't completely crazy to me.
Yeah,
but it is crazy because why would you? You would do it because it basically becomes useless to everybody.
Right.
I mean, everybody walking into that building.
Yeah, just forever is going to be associated with this event, and there's going to
emotionally traumatic event to anybody who ever walks. I mean, but that's like a spiritual thing.
It's 100% spiritual. Yeah,
like it's very much not a pragmatic thing to do.
No.
And you think of the government doing it, or I'm assuming it's the local government doing it. Like the government's job in this case is to erase trauma from the collective minds of the citizens.
Yeah.
That is the reasoning for it. And I'm not even necessarily saying it's a bad thing to do. It is just really weird that is the level of, it is a type of social engineering, basically.
Yeah.
In a line item on a budget for what did we spend, $1 million doing this month? We spent $1 million, I don't know, healing the scar, scarring over the wound of the collective consciousness of our citizens. We're the government. I don't know. It's just weird. I'm just kind of rambling now.
It's like the Will Smith. What's that movie when he played Men in Black, where he's got the little light bulb that erases memories?
Yeah,
that's practically what they're trying. They're not going to be able to do that, obviously, but in terms of the location,
nobody's going to send their kids into that building.
Right. It's very much a psychological type of thing. But also, I think this sets up more, because everything, I've been mentioning this over and over and over again, which is this is all pushing us to more surveillance, because you have a situation now where you had all the signs, but nobody did anything. And now we're going to start seeing people getting questioned with if they post something, and which is, again, on one level, it's probably a good thing that hey, maybe ask, pull them aside, ask some questions, why you got a bag of dead cats and flaunting it on social, whatever. There are some things to ask, or to investigate with certain things being posted, but also I'm just worried that opens the door for anybody who does something that is disagreeable to all of a sudden be investigated.
Sure. Yeah. And we'll get into that when it comes to the gun legislation coming from that. I have stuff to build off of that.
Okay.
But again, it's really it proves more than anything the symptom that this mass shooting is instead of the sickness.
Yeah.
The sickness is not the shooting.
Right.
The shooting is a symptom of the sickness. You know what else is a symptom of the sickness? The teacher being worried about him for a long time and not doing anything about it. You know what else is a symptom? Him obviously putting out some sort of cry for help or attention by posting a bag of dead cats on his social media. This is a small community, and it used to be that what small communities got to boast over big cities is that, you know, it was more of a family. They look out for each other.
It's a village.
It's a village, you know,
takes a village.
When somebody is hurt, or when something goes wrong, or when a family member dies, we show up and we take care of them, or we whatever, you know. And the fact that all of these symptoms are presenting themselves in this small community, I believe, is indicative of a sickness that, if not was caused, it certainly was made worse by the social engineering involved in the pandemic, the lockdowns, the don't breathe towards your neighbor, don't gather as a community, don't, you know, stay out of everybody's business, you know, close your blinds while you're stuck inside for a year at a time. Excuse me, I lost my mute button. Big cough, sorry. You know what I mean? It's just very sad, and I don't have much else to say about it, but reading this, at least few paragraphs of this article, it is obvious that all these things are symptoms of something horribly wrong, not just with big city living or metropolitan, you know, communities in, you know, in the greater United States, but even the sickness has reached the smaller communities, which had so much to brag about. When it came to the health of the communities,
it's really probably the internet being one of the biggest culprits there, because even within any kind of community,
plays a role.
Physical community, you have, you know, individuals receiving different information, or, you know, being able to access any kind of information, really, which prior to such times, it was much easier to be a little bit more, I don't know, just to share certain, even when I was growing up, it was like, you know, there was only a few news stations. When news happened, people didn't question the reality of that news. It was more like reacting to it, right?
Yeah.
And so now it's kind of like information just comes from everywhere or anywhere, and it undermines local community. So,
and yet, on this list of, I mean, this Daily Mail article is basically a list of everybody who knew something was wrong with this kid, and nobody did a single thing about it.
That's why I think this is setting up for something worse.
Right. And so the event happens. We, of course, have the analogous, police sitting there not doing anything, waiting for 70 minutes, I think it's up to now, while he was stuck inside. Turns out the door to the classroom probably wasn't even locked, and they made a big hullabaloo about how they couldn't find the keys. Turns out they probably didn't even try to open the door to the classroom. All these sorts of things. And there's this article from TexasTribune.org. The headline reads, Texas agencies resist releasing public records that could help clarify response to Uvalde school shooting. Long story short, all of these law enforcement agencies and politicians and government agencies are refusing. They're just done. They're just like, no, we're done with all this. We're not gonna do anything. It reads like this. In the past week, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has joined the growing list of state and local officials fighting the release of records that could help bring clarity to how the emergency response unfolded during last month's deadly shooting in Uvalde. The governor's office strayed from that broader opposition Monday, granting a request under the Texas Public Information Act from a Houston television station that sought the handwritten notes he used when he first spoke publicly about the shooting. The notes appear to support Abbott's claim that he was misled when he initially praised law enforcement's efforts during the mass shooting and resulted in the deaths of 19 children, etc. The recent release by Abbott underscores both the tremendous power government officials have to decide what is in the public interest and the unwillingness to release records that could call their agencies' actions into question. ProPublica and the Texas Tribune have submitted 70 public information requests that could help answer larger questions as state and local leaders continue to offer conflicting accounts about why law enforcement did not confront the gunmen sooner during the May 24th massacre. These requests include 911 audio recording, body and police car camera footage, and communications among local, states, and federal agencies. The newsrooms also requested use of force documents, death records, and ballistic reports. 3 weeks after the shooting, government officials have not provided the news organizations a single record related to the emergency response. Quote, "The public wants immediate transparency," said Kelly Shannon, executive director of the Freedom of Information Foundation in Texas. Quote, "The most enlightened law enforcement agencies understand the importance of being transparent, being open, and doing it the right way."
Transparent. Everything's got to be transparent.
And it goes into Arredondo and all of the sort of opaqueness around his situation, his involvement, and his instructions to his officers. Apparently, there are the body camera footage, the car camera footage that literally could just clear everything up. You know, that could answer all the questions. It should all be on tape. And yet they are fighting to keep that private.
Well, just because it's on video doesn't mean it really happened.
Well, and you know, it's indicative of the concept of authority. And we've said it before, and much smarter people than I have said it. But right now, as it stands, the sort of primary goal of government authority in the U.S. is to preserve its own power.
Yeah.
You know, it can put all the fancy language about, you know, serving the people and blah, 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 blah. But its number one priority is to preserve its own power. And releasing the footage and the information being requested would simply threaten the faith of the American people in their government to be able to protect them. And that is against the best interests of the government and the people who sort of, you know, are inhabiting that role right now. Because remember, they are all just people.
Yeah.
Among the arguments provided by the government entities for withholding such documents is one from DPS stating that releasing records like footage from body cameras would provide criminals with invaluable information about its investigative techniques, information sharing.
That's a good one. That's a real good one. Yeah.
Isn't that great? Because right now, you know, without the footage, the potential criminals
guys don't know how they'll
you know what they do know is if I go into a public space and start shooting kids, the police won't do anything about it. That is what they do know right now.
Oh, you know what else? So you just gotta, you know, you can post pictures of bags of dead cats and nobody will question nothing.
Apparently, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's monstrous. The whole situation is monstrous.
Yeah, it's ugly.
You know, the kid is a monster, obviously, but he was obviously a monster who willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly, was sending signals to his community, and his community was just ignoring them, similar to the police response. Okay. Anything else you want on this one?
Nothing.
Okay. I see this Texas Tribune here. Is this something that you really want to hit, or can I skip it?
Let me just read the headline because I think it's just interesting to add to the conversation. Yeah, it's another TexasTribune.org article, and the headline is "Almost 100 Texas school districts have added their own police departments since 2017, but not everyone feels safer." I just thought it was interesting that, you know, we're talking about the people's feelings. So not really talking about what if they are actually safer. It's just, you know, we just got to make sure they feel safe. The illusion of safety is what
that's why we got to demolish the building.
Yeah,
so people feel safe.
Yeah, there you go. That's all I wanted to say about it is, you know, I don't know. Anytime you see the word feel in headlines, I'm kind of like, why are we reporting this?
Yeah.
Does it really matter what people feel? But okay, I understand to some extent.
Unless it's about Biden's approval ratings.
Oh,
and you know what?
Yeah.
There was sort of a fairly untold story regarding the Uvalde shooting, which I'll just recap for a second for concealed carry people, Second Amendment people. This was a very important detail, but one that was not really covered in the news. Mm-hmm. He crashed his car, the Uvalde shooter, crashed his truck, got out with a gun, and across the street was a funeral home. Remember this?
Yes.
And there's two guys coming out of the funeral home hearing the car crash. They're like, oh my gosh, let's go check out this car crash. And one of the guys was a daily carry fella. And he saw Ramos get out of the car. He saw Ramos had a gun. Ramos pointed the rifle at the two guys coming out of the funeral home and inevitably started shooting. But it was like just that day that guy wasn't carrying that day. And he's really tore up about it. There was a couple things, he was a daily carry guy. He just happened to not carry that day. And, that's kind of the thing that they teach you in your concealed carry classes is like, it's just a part of you now. Because you're never going to need it. You just kind of assume you're never going to need it because people with concealed carry permits, they almost never actually discharge their firearm in a self-defense situation or any situation carrying. But that 1 second that the moment comes and you don't have it, it's sort of a very painful moment for somebody who is devoted to that. And if he had been carrying that moment, it could have all ended. It's just right there at the car crash scene. Yeah. He did call his wife and told his wife to bring the gun down and something, stuff like that. But by then it was too late. Yeah. I just thought it was a really interesting story for Second Amendment concealed carry people. Okay. Big news. Yahoo.com. What's in the Senate's new gun control bill? The Senate voted to advance bipartisan gun legislation on Tuesday with hopes of passing it prior to the July 4th recess. All 50 members of the Democratic caucus joined 14 Republicans in moving the legislation forward. The bill comes after a number of mass shootings, most notably in Buffalo and Uvalde. The bipartisan Safer Communities Act falls short of more expansive proposals passed by Democrats in the House and is already facing opposition from top House Republicans. Should it become law, however, the bill would be the most sweeping gun safety legislation passed in Congress in decades. So this is the big gun control legislation that Democrats and Republicans have been negotiating for a couple of weeks now. And I just thought we'd poke in and see what we're actually looking at. This is not law yet. However, it looks as though they do have the votes to do it, with 14 Republicans crossing the line. That brings them to 64 votes, which they need 60 to pass. There's a couple of details. Now, a lot of the headlines in regards to this is a quote basically saying, it's pretty lame. It doesn't really do almost anything.
Does it take away people's guns? That's what we want to know.
Does it take away the guns? Good question. Let's find out. Where am I going to start? I'm going to start right here. Funding for crisis centers and so-called red flag laws. These red flag laws, I think, is the one that's most interesting given the context on the Uvalde shooter. Under the legislation, $750 million would be allotted over the next 5 years to help states implement red flag laws, which allow authorities to temporarily confiscate guns from individuals deemed a threat to themselves or others. Similar laws already exist in 19 states and the District of Columbia.
Not working.
who has the highest homicide rate. The legislation allows for the implementation of these programs through mental health, drug, and veterans courts. Republicans involved in the negotiations push to make sure no one is flagged without, quote, the right to an in-person hearing, an unbiased adjudicator, the right to know opposing evidence, the right to present evidence, and the right to confront adverse witnesses, as well as a right to bring counsel to the hearing. Quote, under this bill, every state will be able to use significant new federal dollars to be able to expand their programs to try to stop dangerous people contemplating mass murder or suicide, from being able to have access to weapons that allow them to perpetrate that crime, Murphy said in a floor speech. So this is the first one, which is, it's just making less than $1 billion available, $750 million available over the next 5 years for states who want it, to put in, to help them create and enforce red flag laws. This is really not that impressive. A lot of states already have versions of red flag laws, and this does not require any new states to create red flag laws. It's simply creating, it's trying to take away the financial friction that might be used by people.
750 million. I just did the math. It's about $3 million per state over the course of 5 years.
Right.
So that's not that much.
It's basically just money to pay for the court work, pay for the courts to handle these red flag cases,
right?
Because that's not nothing. I will say, in states that red flag laws have been avoided or fought against, the money is part of the reasoning to not put in red flag laws.
Yeah.
They say, we'd be wasting money on court proceedings for people who just had, a spurned lover who complained about them or something. But I think the red flag laws are especially interesting because of that Daily Mail article. This kid who would in some world be the target of a red flag law. I don't know about dressing, the way he dresses. It's not a great way to do it, but
just the teacher being scared. That's a weird.
Exact. And this is where the problem comes. You got a teacher who's scared because he wears trench coats. That's not quite good enough to do a red flag law on this.
What about dead cats on social media?
Dead cats on social media, you're getting a little closer to an effective red flag law.
What about pictures of himself holding guns?
See, that's the thing. I think under even the most reasonable application of red flag laws, I think this kid could have, if somebody reported him, could have been barred from buying weapons if somebody said something about it, which nobody did. It's only afterwards that everybody's like, oh, yeah, I totally knew he was going to do this or whatever.
Are you an advocate for see something, say something? Snitches get stitches, bro.
I'm advocating for communities to do something when members of their communities are obviously crying out for help.
You're telling you want to snitch people, troubled people to the government is what you want to do.
Look, red flag laws are problematic. They're very problematic for a lot of reasons. And that's why the Republicans insisted on the things they insisted
which is barriers.
Which is not red flag law. An ex-girlfriend calls the police station, cops show up and take your guns.
Right.
You have an in-person hearing. It's have a judge.
It's not an event kind of thing.
You get to know what the evidence is. You can present your own evidence, and et cetera. You can have a lawyer. These types of things. Right. Which is, look, I get a lot of the pro Second Amendment emails from these organizations that are man, are they aggressive in their fundraising. I'll tell you that much. And it's really unfortunate that a lot of them are just as bad as the mainstream media. I mean, I got about I don't know, close to a half a dozen emails after this decision was made of like, they're doing it. They're going to make it so somebody sees you on social media and doesn't like your trench coat, and the jackbooted thugs will kick down your door and take your guns. And it's like, that is very scary. And, if I didn't actually sit there and read the 80-page legislation, which you can download on this Yahoo News site, by the way, you can get the whole bill, and it's only 80 pages. 80 pages sounds long, but for legislation, that is an extremely short read.
Build Back Better was what, like 6,000 pages or something?
7,000?
7,000?
Yeah,
this is nothing.
I see some people in the chat are also on some of these mailing lists that I'm on. Okay, so that's one of them. It's now, again, they're not telling states they have to make red flag laws. They're simply making some money, a relatively small amount of money, available if states want to do red flag laws.
Okay.
Next up is something called the boyfriend loophole. It gets a little complicated. I'll just summarize it. Basically, if you are married, or you live together, or you're a what are they called? Civil partnership or cohabitating partners or co-parents or something, and there's a domestic violence charge on one of you, then you're not allowed to purchase a weapon. Domestic violence in a legally binding, relationship automatically bars you from purchasing a gun. There's this thing called a boyfriend loophole, which means if you don't live with your person and you have a domestic violence charge, you still can go buy a gun. I think it's problematic that it's called the boyfriend loophole. But they are closing that loophole. So pretty much any domestic violence charge will bar you from having the right to purchase a firearm. However, Republicans did negotiate a 5-year limit to that. So you don't have it taken away forever, but you lose the ability for 5 years if you are convicted of domestic violence, even if you don't live with the person, etc. So that's just kind of an upgrade to something that's, I don't know, I find difficult to argue too much about. You shouldn't be domestic violencing people. Don't do that. Then there's the extended background checks. Extended background checks for buyers who are 21 years of age or under. Contrary to popular liberal belief, you always need a background check. Even at gun shows. This gun show loophole only applies in just an extremely small amount of states. It's like I think there's a few states are you able to get a gun at a gun show without a background check. However, this has nothing to do with that. 21 years of age, you get a 3-day background check. It's very thorough. Instead of your just normal FBI record check, which happens now, which if it's not a busy day over at the FBI, you can get that in 15 minutes. They run your background check. If you're 21 or younger, they're extending that background check to be more thorough. This is especially relevant considering pretty much every single mass shooting in the past couple of years has been committed by somebody 21 or younger. Will this stop people from getting weapons in most cases? Absolutely not. I mean, even the Uvalde kid had a clean background check. He took a background check. I don't know. Would there be anything on an extended background check? From what I read, no. He was legally sort of clean. So wouldn't really have helped that situation. And then there's funding for mental health and school security, which this was interesting. This was actually mainly the Republican push. The Republican push, instead of gun control, is funding school security and mental health treatment providers, things like that, which is kind of goes against what you would hear about Republicans and their wishes on like CNN or something. So I don't know. The details of that are not that interesting. But it does provide hundreds of millions of dollars for mental health care, something called the Stop School Violence Act for security in schools, et cetera, et cetera. They do mention, and that this does work into your school police story. After the 1998 shooting at Columbine High School in Colorado, Ocasio-Cortez said, this is something she said, quote, "We hired thousands of police officers into schools, and while it didn't prevent many of the mass shootings that we've seen now, it has increased the criminalization of teens in communities like mine." So you can see how the Democrats are actually school security. And that's where the Republicans get some flack for that. And then there's just a little bit in licensing of gun dealers and things like that. The NRA notably came out and said, we do not support this. It's useless. Pretty much everything in here is virtue signaling. And they just kind of want to be able to say that it is the most sweeping gun control legislation in 30 years since 1994. And it is. It certainly is. But it is also fairly impotent as far as the actual, causes of school shootings. So it's a bit of a win-win. However, Second Amendment people, the old slippery slope, aspect of this, it will never be acceptable to sort of Second Amendment purists, which is understandable, but also many of the parts of this bill are basically useless.
Well, I'm glad that we spent 20 minutes on this useless information.
You
about
can't
the
say that about every single segment that I do, Gonzo.
I'm just kidding.
This is how the show goes, okay?
I am just repeating what you said.
A lot of good info in here,
which
for
was
people who are
the Senate
wondering.
bill is pointless. I'm just highlighting the fact that you concluded with it's pointless.
Well, people need to know. Well, it's not pointless.
No, I know.
But it's people are very worried about this. You might not get the emails, Gonz, from the Gun Alliance or whatever.
Maybe that's what I need to do, is to get all those fear-driven emails to give more money to these organizations. Here's what I think.
If people are getting those emails and they are not reading into the bill, and perhaps this breakdown of what's in the bill will make somebody not send $100 to some weird gun alliance who's going to use that money for God knows what.
The way I see this in terms of gun control, and they're making a big deal about this bill, but really, as you said, there's not a whole lot in there. There's not a whole lot of movement. There's not a whole lot of progress. It's more kind of like slow and steady. I see the gun control issue as a whole as sort of I don't know if there's a saying or an adage that's official or a phrase or something that goes with this, but that whole notion of it's kind of like a martial arts thing where you're trying to like break a piece of wood, or you're trying to like break a rock or something. You don't do it all at once. You do it, you hit it constantly for maybe years, and then eventually it breaks, right? It's that sort of like continued pressure. And that's what I feel like gun control, the whole gun control thing, they're not going to be able to do it in one fell swoop. But just kind of keep pounding at the door, slowly but surely, making some little progress here and there. This is already kind of in place, and making it a federal requirement or whatever, like little things here and there. But eventually, the other thing that's racing towards us is the complete takeover of all this, not just guns, but any kind of weaponry to machines and robots and stuff. That's all coming down the pike too. So we're in this sort of race between the robots taking all our weapons and the government issuing some kind of legislation that will do that as well. Either way, I don't think it's good. I think we have to continue to push for the right to own our weapons and protect ourselves and things like that, obviously.
Have I got a newsletter for you to sign up to?
I had a neighbor who had lots of guns. He's been on the show, by the way.
Yeah.
Are you?
Cool
Are you?
story. That's the biggest. That is the best California story I have ever heard.
Well, no, I have a lot of friends with a lot of guns, but it's one of those things where well, technically, I do own a firearm now that my father-in-law passed away. So that's something that I'm working on. Getting it all cleaned up and taking it to the range.
Coming out to the compound, buddy.
Yep. And we're just worried that good old father-in-law, didn't really do much to take care of the firearms for the last decade or so. So we got to make sure
that's part of the fun. That's part of the initiation of a gun owner. Is you got to learn how to clean them, how to take them all apart.
Right.
You'll take it apart. You'll put it back together and find you have extra pieces for some reason, and you need to go back in there, figure out how to do it. Yeah, that's the whole fun part of it. You're going to have a lot of fun.
Great. Looking forward to it. Okay. Well, we're behind schedule like every show.
As usual.
But we're going to do this real quick here.
I know what a crypto is.
People get sick of hearing about crypto, but there's just too much drama. I can't stay
Gonz.
away.
Your passion for the destruction of the alternative economic system of this world engages me forever.
Okay, well, this is Yahoo Finance, mirroring investing.com. And it was published at 3:33 a.m. And it's a 3-minute read. The headline here: FTX bails out BlockFi as pressure on crypto lenders continues. Remember FTX, the guy who's heading FTX? Sam Bankman-Fried. He's got to become a New World Order fantasy league character if he's not already.
Yeah.
He's a big player. And he's young,
Season
too.
2,
He's
baby.
being groomed. It says here that FTX is on a roll. The cash-rich crypto exchange owned by Sam Bankman-Fried figured prominently in another couple of deals on Tuesday, driving consolidation in a crypto space that has been battered by the sudden drop in digital asset values. FTX is extending a $250 million lifeline to crypto lending platform BlockFi, only a week after CEO Zach Prince was forced to deny rumors that it had been driven to the verge of insolvency by the blow-up of Hong Kong-based hedge fund Three Arrows Capital, which Three Arrows Capital was another huge, I think that was like 500, I saw 500 billion. That doesn't sound right. That sounds too much, but yeah, all these crypto hedge funds over-leveraged and all going down. Prince said on Tuesday that his exchange has signed an agreement for a $250 million revolving credit facility with FTX. The facility is designed to be legally subordinate to client funds, meaning that if BlockFi ever does run into trouble, customers should get their money back before FTX does. And
should you mention who these companies are? Because as you're saying this, it refers to a lot of things that have been going on. Or do you want to do a sort of a wrap up on it?
So yeah, we all know
FTX is allegedly the company that is currently engaged in destroying all these crypto exchanges, putting them at risk, and then coming through and providing providing help for them to stay alive. I mean, it's kind of like an economic hitman job,
100%.
like what the US has been doing to collapse developing countries and then come in and provide them debt-based solutions that they'll never be able to pay back, and then the US basically owns whatever, Chile or Nicaragua, or the way the U.S. has been sort of slowly financially taking over the world, FTX is doing with all these sort of independent crypto exchanges and outlets.
Right. The centralized exchanges are all being sort of consolidated. And yeah, just a quick review. Sam Bankman-Fried, he was one of the top 30 under 30s. I think he was a billionaire before the age of 30. He just recently, we did a whole thing on him a couple episodes ago. I forget the name of the charity he's part of now that was started by Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and Melinda Gates. He pledged $5 million to Biden in the last election, and promised to pledge as much as $1 billion in 2024, which is probably why he's being allowed to do this kind of thing here, this sort of financial takeover. Assassination, sure. Yeah. What was the other? There was a few other things, but the point being, FTX is very much involved. FTX and another company called Alameda Research Group that we also talked about. Those two are sort of partnered in, and it's been sort of well established in the crypto community. People that are like really into the crypto community, they're all saying, "Hey, FTX is responsible for this price crash that we've had." It's partly the cycles, whatever, but they have been responsible for really putting the downward pressure on the price of Bitcoin in the entire crypto space. And they are destroying centralized institutions like hedge funds that are over leveraged and then coming in to help them. They're really causing, they caused the problem and they're providing a solution. So it's very interesting to watch. It's the George Soros Rothschild model just playing out right in front of us. And that's why I think it's fascinating to watch this guy who's, he's a guy, I'm sure he's smart, Sam Bankman-Fried, just completely take over the entire crypto space and being the guy. And, if it's just BlockFi is one of the biggest crypto lending things out there. It's not just BlockFi. I talked about how Alameda Research Group is partnered with FTX. Well, we just found out today, Cointelegraph.com, Voyager, which is another exchange, enters into $500 million loan agreement with Alameda amid 3AC exposure. Once again, we have a situation where another exchange is basically partnering with these big guys so as not to be insolvent. And, again, there's one company that hasn't done so, which is Celsius Network, which, again, I mentioned a couple episodes ago, affected me. Some of my crypto was on there, and now it's stuck. And so we'll have to see what happens, but
they seem to be resisting the takeover.
Yes, they are pushing back on this idea of a consolidation. And it appears that there is some success happening with the sell short squeeze and all that. I won't get into all of it, but it is really interesting to watch because it really is kind of a people versus the institutions. And it's tough to go up against the institutions, especially when the head guy is apparently connected to the money printer and Mr. Biden himself, and just getting endless money. He's like the financial mafia. So we'll see what takes place. We'll see and what's scary is, places like Celsius has a bunch of Bitcoin on leverage, and they keep lowering the price, the liquidation price, which means that if it hits a certain price, then Celsius loses all their Bitcoin. Well, right now they're set at like 13,000 something, which is like, okay, well, we just broke 20,000. We're at 19,000 or whatever. If they wanted to get down there, they could. FTX is able to manipulate price, so it is kind of scary. It is kind of like, okay, well, I guess whales rule. Yeah. In the world of crypto, but again, I mentioned, it's only about the peak was only about 3 trillion, and we're talking about hundreds of trillions in the world out there. So it's a very small segment of the pie right now, but it is clear to me that Sam Bankman-Fried is being placed in a position to be a sort of a king in the crypto space coming from America. Yeah. You watch baseball games now, there's FTX patches on the umpire. Like, I can't get away from FTX. They're everywhere. So you got to think, he helped Biden get elected with $5 million. Then within a year during Biden presidency, you have the big Bitcoin pump, and you have FTX buying where the Miami Heat play, the NBA. He buys an arena. This kind of stuff doesn't just happen. So anyway, just thought I'd keep you guys updated on the Sam Bankman-Fried takeover, because he's certainly...
it's like a Rothschild 2.0 type of thing.
The thing that's crazy is that for anybody who's studied the Rothschild takeover in France and, during the French War and stuff, and then, how Soros took over countries and stuff, it's the exact same thing. The tactics are exactly the same. So I don't know. It's just fascinating to me, who, at least to someone like me, it's not just because it's crypto, but because it's so transparent out in the open now, where it's like, oh, it's happening, but there's nothing we can really do about it. We're not close enough to the money printers,
Yeah.
And one more quick thing, finance related or money related, that I think speaks to one of our topics of concern, which is the Afrofuturism and the development of Africa, the sort of Wakanda propaganda that we've seen over the last few years, and rebuilding Africa with new technologies and all this kind of stuff. This is Bitcoin.com here. Uganda claims exploration surveys discovered 31 million metric tons of gold. So there you go. If Uganda uncovers a bunch of gold, you bet they're going to be a big player moving forward here as we go to a multipolar commodities-based economy.
Yeah, there's a story about European countries have been increasing their gold purchases from Russia, too.
Interesting.
So a lot of gold moving around.
Yeah, and Russia and China notoriously hoarding gold over the last decades.
Yeah.
So perhaps waiting for a moment such as this, the Great Reset and the economic breakdown of the world reserve currency and how it operates around the world and how resources get moved around. Certainly this divide between the U.S. and the West and China, I think, is a strong possibility before 2030 to see the digital renminbi become the standard in the East, and whoever is aligned with China, like Russia, even though they're mad at each other right now, and then the U.S. dollar maintaining some kind of authority over here in the West. So it'll be interesting to watch.
You know what I think? You know what I think is even better than hoarding gold, Gonz?
Producing Canary Cry News Talk?
The value for value model.
Break time.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break. In fact, it's going to be so quick, in fact, that I'm not even going to rant on about the value for value model and how it's the only way to keep independent media truly independent. Otherwise, corporate money sneaks in through the use of advertisements, just making us, your favorite podcasters, complicit in the subtle psychological manipulation of your mind for our own personal gain, letting the tentacles of the advertising industry not only control your spending habits, making you some sort of economic cog in some monstrosity of a machine that is created only to empower those already in power, thus continuing the status quo of this fallen world. No, instead, we're on the value for value model, which is very simple. We create value. We do it as often as we possibly can. And if you get value out of what we do, you have the opportunity or the responsibility to put some value back in. And it's the only way that it works. We have two choices. Either we can not be truly independent media and put ourselves at the whims of corporate money and thus self-censorship, or even worse, not so self-censorship, as well as staying brand friendly, et cetera, or we can commit to being truly independent from all of the temptations that come our way as far as, trying to establish a regular and high quality online program. So with that in mind, we're on the value for value model, which means we rely exclusively on our producers. And who are they? They are listeners just like you who realize that this type of program can literally only exist with the support of the people, putting the power of the people, putting the power back into the hands of the people to decide the value of their independent media, not relying on some corporation to give the program value on their behalf. And that's why we like to thank our producers. They produce with their time, their talent, or their treasure. We're going to thank some of our producers who came in financially to support this show right now. Gonz, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can head to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right. Go there, support the show. It's awesome. We got a lot of cool stuff going on. We'll mention that at the end here, but I'm going to start out by thanking our executive producer for this episode, Gonz.
Executive producers.
That's right. Our executive producers are those who come in to support an episode, carrying heavy loads, supporting in a way that is both very meaningful and, humbling. And so we want to thank our executive producer for today, who is Sir James, Knight and Servant of the Lion of Judah.
Hey, thank you, Sir James.
Thank you very much, Sir James. He's the knight. He's a knight of the Canary Cry Roundtable, and he's on a 102 episode streak.
Whoa! Wow. Okay. So hold on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sir James. It really means a lot. And he sent a note. He said, "I'd like." So he comes in with a nice round number, by the way, which I'll remind you. We always lean in the direction of anonymity. If you prefer, we do not read the number. Just make it a nice round number. It's easy for us to spot. But if you don't mind us reading the number, you can go ahead and add something funky in there. Funky number. Easy example is 33 cents on the end of there, or whatever. You get it. And a note from Sir James here. I would like half of this donation to go towards the challenge coin funding, please. Okay. You got it. You betcha, Sir James. Thank you very much for your executive producership and for being such a faithful producer for so long.
Where'd you find this?
Thank you, Sir James, Knight and Servant of the Lion of Judah.
Amen. Let's see here. Ooh, let's mention the supply drop real quick.
Supply drop.
Yeah, CanaryCry.Supply.com. It's a website. Go check it out. The supply drop is our very special attempt at trying to provide even more value to the producers who come in and commit to supporting the show in the amount of $33.33 per month. And in return, 4 times a year, they get a package filled with producer-produced, artist-designed, American-made Canary Cry News Talk cool stuff. And I just popped a picture, Gonz, into our document there. If you wanted to grab this and show it off, because the second quarter supply drop is getting ready to ship out. The manufacturing is going strong, and we did do it, folks. We made it to our goal to upgrade the material for the supply drop challenge coin. Now, this is not the episode 500 challenge coin, a totally different coin, but we have got an update from our producer today. That's producer Isaac G, who is, my gosh, a very talented logistics fella. And by the way, Isaac G, if anybody out there, if you're doing a podcast or you have a business or you're doing something and you need a guy who has the talent and the mental fortitude to do something like create, upwards of, anywhere between 3 and 4 and 5 new products every 3 months and ship them out to your supporters, get a hold of me. I will put you in contact with Isaac G, because he is the man. He is a G. And I received this picture here. Big old stack of coins, baby. The challenge coin is being printed, laser printed on these big old nice shiny copper blanks. And they are awesome. Those of you who are going to be receiving the second quarter challenge coin, you just start getting stoked now. And to the rest of you, head on over to CanaryCry.Supply.com, sign up, become a supply dropper. You're supporting the show and getting cool stuff at the same time. So go check it out. We're all waiting for the supply drop. As far as I know, no new supply droppers recently. But don't worry, we'll have a promo soon. Okay, let's thank the rest of our producers, Gonz. Are you ready?
Yes, ready to go.
Starting out with producer Coleman L.
Coleman L, thank you.
Thank you very much, producer Coleman L. And I believe, I'm just double checking here, they came in with a nice round number and no note. So we're just going to say a big old thank you to Coleman.
Coleman.
And yeah, nice round number. There we go. Yep. Thank you very much, Coleman L.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have producer Michael G is back.
Michael G.
I was trying to remember if Michael G had a fancy name, but I couldn't find it.
Michael G. Gangsta?
Yeah, it's Michael Gangsta.
Yeah.
Michael Gangsta comes in for $33.33 plus fees. Thank you, Michael. And a note, God bless. Update to the producers. My father is getting better now from his kidney stones. Thank you, everyone, for praying for him. Amen. God bless.
Awesome.
So happy to hear that.
That's for the 33, and then an amen.
Amen.
For your dad's kidneys.
What?
I said for his dad's kidneys.
Oh, yeah.
Not the stones, we don't want to bless the stones. We want to.
No, get those stones out of here.
Stones out.
Next up, we've got producer bot LX Protocol V2 on a 46 episode streak.
All right. Thank you, LX Protocol V2.
Thank you very much, LX Protocol V2. M. Wilba in the chat is saying, can I get a disability supply drop? I'm not making money right now. I will say this. If we put that out there, M. Wilba, we do have people who sponsor other people with the supply drop. So there you go. If anybody wants...
Whoa. Sorry.
Whoa. If anybody wants to sponsor M. Wilba for the supply drop, send us an email. We'll get them hooked up. Thank you. LX Protocol V2 comes in with 1111 plus fees for the Mondays show, I believe. And then he joined the episode 500 pledge. So he'll be having $10 coming in every episode until episode 555. We're getting him one of the great challenge coins, and we will be preparing to knight you, oh dear LX Protocol V2, in just 55 episodes. And a note here. I'm increasing my donation to take part of that 500 episode special. Be blessed. Thank you very much, Alex Protocol V2.
Is you said it was 1111, or was that? I see the
number. There's
doesn't
one in
sound.
there.
Okay, here we go. There you go. And
Love it.
that'll be great to knight and dame, certain people that have been around for a while. If
Indeed.
Alex Protocol V2 will be our first protocol to be knighted once we get there.
Yes, he'll be our first robot knight. Thank you, Alex Protocol. Next up, we got producer Morv on a 105 episode streak.
Oh, yeah! Thank you so much.
That's right. Came in for 1111 twice. One for Monday as well, and says, it is Wednesday, my dudes.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Says, happy 499th episode, brothers. Praise God for his steadfast love and faithfulness. So blessed to have this ministry and great community in my life. Thank you very much, Morv.
Thank you, Morv. Very kind words.
Next up, we got Sir JC, Night of the Techno Squatch. Yeah, baby. 117 episodes in a row.
Oh, yeah!
1001. Amen.
1001.
Amen.
There's two of of them.
That's
I
right.
see times two. So,
I know. I love these faithful guys, man. They come in even on Monday when we don't have a show. So thank you, Sir JC. Monday's note read, Happy Monday, everyone. Please pray for me. I have an endoscopy scheduled for tomorrow morning to assess the internal damage years of severe acid reflux has caused. Hoping for clarity and treatment plan to move forward with. Love you guys. And then a note came in today for Wednesday. I love this. We get the immediate update.
Yeah.
False alarm. That endoscopy was actually the consultation before scheduling the actual procedure. That is coming Monday. It is truly WMD.
Yes, it is. So we should definitely roll out the producers then. Yeah.
Sure. Why don't you hit WMD for him first?
Okay.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. Wednesday.
There we go. And then we'll call the producers.
Do it.
Producers, assemble!
That's
There
right.
you go.
Producers around the world get ready to pray for Sir JC Night of the Techno Squatch for his endoscopy, and that all the good things will happen and not the bad things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, best case scenario, another false alarm. Let's pray for that on Monday. Thank you very much, Sir JC.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we've got producer Darren S. is back, and boy, oh boy, 9 episodes in a row, Darren S. is lit, fam.
Where'd you find this?
Hey, you lit now.
Pocket full of sevens. He says, episode 499. That's crazy. I hope you have a greater day. OG Wednesday jingle for the win.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
There it is. Thank you. Dear Darren S. Next up, we've got producer James M. on a 5-episode streak.
Thank you, James M.
Pocket full of sevens. No note. Thank you.
Hold on. 5-episode streak. That's a streak there, yeah.
Next up, we got producers Gail M. on a 135-episode streak.
Her.
Women rule.
There's Gavin.
Pocket full of sevens. Thank you, Gail. And a note that says, congratulations, mi chicos dolce. XXXX. XXXX. Thank you very much, Gail.
Thank
I'm
you,
assuming
Gail.
that congratulations is for our upcoming 500.
Yeah.
Okay, that concludes our list of producers who came in the amount of 777 or more, which entitles them to have a note read on the show. But we got a few who came in under that amount, who we will thank right now. Starting with Veronica D on a 135-episode streak.
Her.
Women rule.
Got to be gender specific on this show.
Do we now?
Fight the system.
Okay. Yeah. Next up, also fighting the system, as far as the economic systems of this world goes, it's our buddy old Isaac G.
Isaac G.
There he is.
Gangsta.
Telling you folks, if you have a podcast or a thing that you need a real professional helping you out with doing something like the supply drop, hit me up. CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com. I will hook it up. Thank you, Isaac G.
Whoa.
Next up, we got Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, with 170 episodes in a row.
Oh, where's my... Oh, there it goes. Wow. Yes, 170 episodes. Sorry, I got a little shaken up over here.
Oh, there he is, folks. He's setting the streak. He's leading charge. Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Yep,
Last but not least, we got Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, coming in on a 160 episode streak.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good stuff. That concludes our list of financial producers for today's show. Thank you guys so much for keeping this show going. Remember, episode 500 is coming up. We've got that episode 500 Roundtable of Knights and Dames special going on, and the episode 500 challenge coin. We will never print this again. So even if you don't want to jump in with the full amount in cash, you can sign up to take the pledge, just $10 per episode from episode 500 to 555. You will be considered one of our episode 500 patrons of the arts, of the podcasting arts. And you'll get knighthood by episode 555 and get the challenge coin. Go check it out, folks. It's over there at CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
That's right. You want me to play the jingle right there?
No, it's okay. Just thank everybody for their patronage.
There you go. Wow. I thought it would play faster.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
B G8 2 12 Repeat. B G8 2 12.
Please leave a message after the tone.
At the tone, please record your message.
Leave a message. Beep.
Message. That's right. Go to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com. You'll see a green tab. Click on that, and you can leave us a voice message. You're giving us permission to play it on the show, although it is not guaranteed. So, Gonz, who's coming in? Who's leaving us messages?
First up, we have our own Rachel.
Happy Monday. I hope all the dads had a happy Father's Day. Oh. Actually, let's pray for all the dads out there. Scripture says, "Ye fathers, do not provoke your children to anger." Hey, I'm pretty sure that's mom's thing anyway. Instead, bring them up in the discipline and instruction of the Lord. That's Ephesians 6:4. Heavenly Father, thank you for your son. We pray you bless all the dads who are pressing into your word and standing against this mostly satanic culture, standing between the TV, the smartphone, the video games, the gender-bending food, the mind control apps, and our precious children. May we help you protect them from the soul-stealing enemies of God. Help our dads and all of us to stay strong for Jesus. Amen. Also, shout out to Preacher Paulie and Spiritually Minded. That was so awesome last week.
Thank you very much, Rochelle. And yeah, good reminders. Thank you for reminding me how I am not doing the Lord's bidding when it comes to not angering your children. I think I anger them all the time. But yeah, another reason to be depressed. Just kidding. Just joking.
Don't worry,
just joking.
folks. We got to get you in. No, you're not just joking. We need to get you in on some of that World Economic Forum ecstatic dance classes.
Oh, there was I might be able to do express some things for Klaus.
To Klaus.
Yeah,
you can tell him how you feel with the movement of your body.
Yeah, I just need 5 minutes.
The rhythm.
And a little bit of room, Klaus. It'll change your world. Thank you very much, Rochelle, for that reminder. And yes, I forgot about that. We had Father's Day on Sunday. It was I had a couple nice things from the wife, but it wasn't much because she was packing and leaving. So her Father's Day thing was, hey, here are the kids. Here's the dog. I'll see you. I'll see you in
This
a week.
is your last day before you're completely responsible for everything.
For everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rochelle. All right, we got a couple more messages here. This one's from Sean S.
Hi, guys. This is Sean S. First off, I would like to thank Basil and Gonz personally for all the episodes and all the content. Just thank you so much for making truth available to so many people.
You're welcome.
But the whole reason for me to call is because I want to set up a meetup in Reno, Nevada for July 30th at Rancho San Rafael at the Arboretum. I have a busy schedule, so it's been hard for me to even build up the courage to set up a meetup. So I'm going to send you guys an email after I send you this, and I thank you guys, and think outside the cage.
All right.
Yeah, buddy. Sean S., thank you so much. Okay, we got a meetup in the books, Reno, Nevada. So I know for a fact we got a bunch of Reno/Northern Nevada Canarians out there. So now is the time. You've been chosen. In fact, July 3rd, I'm going to be traveling around that time in that general vicinity.
Ooh.
If there was ever a meetup that I might be able to make happen, that is possible. I'm not making any promises, but I'm definitely going to look into that.
It is also, according to our Canary Cry calendar, July 30th is a Saturday. It is National Whistleblower Day.
No way.
Oh, yeah. So it's a great day for you to, or for some producers to blow the whistle on the identity of Basil.
Oh, no. They're gonna blow the whistle on me.
Hey,
That's
with
fun.
the stuff
Okay.
you post online, put up that red flag, buddy. Not you. I'm talking about the producers.
Yeah. All right.
Slap
Well,
that
thank you
red
very
flag
much,
on
Sean
Basil.
S. And stepping up to put one of the only newly scheduled meetups here for this summer. You're doing it, man. Full support.
We also got another message here. This is the third one, last one from Ghosternaut.
What's up, guys? It's Ghosternaut, your favorite Illuminati shill. And I was hanging out at the Lizard Lounge in Antarctica with Zuckerberg the other day, and he said that according to his intel, that there might be a CCNT meetup happening in Reno, Nevada.
Oh, whoa! Words out.
That's kind of near my neck of the woods when I'm not spending my days at the Lizard Lounge in Antarctica. So I might be heading out to that meetup. So I just wanted to invite any other Canarians who are in the Reno, Sparks, Northern Nevada / Northern California, Northeastern California area to come out to the Reno meetup.
Whoa!
And I would be very interested in introducing you to all my Illuminati connections. If anyone else wants to meet Elon or Mark or
Klaus,
Biden or Kamala or
Klaus,
any of those fun, influential lizard people. Anyway, Reno meetup. If you're in the area, be there.
Whoa.
All right.
Reno meetup shape. It's got the attention of the Lizard Lounge already. That's fun.
Yeah, that didn't take long, huh?
I like his Ghosternaut's message there reminded me of what is it? Where did I hear this? It says Reno, so close to hell you can see sparks. That's what it is. Sparks is like another city. It's like one of those Twin City type of things.
I always see the Sparks sign driving out to Vegas, right?
Sparks is like Vegas is South Nevada, so I don't know what you're seeing, but
I don't know. I remember, or maybe it was driving to NorCal. I don't know. I always remember seeing Sparks.
Yeah, you'd see Sparks and Reno are kind of their sister cities, I think, or something. Anyways, wow, Reno meetup. The word is spreading. All right, folks, we'll get the flyers and everything up on the Canary Cry meetup site and plan for July 30th. And I got a plan. I know I will be within striking distance of Reno during that time. I'll need to make a little bit of adjustments if that's possible, but I'll keep everybody posted.
Should this be the Reno 9. Well, no, we shouldn't do 911. That's already a thing.
Reno 9.
Maybe a Reno. What episode number will we be on?
You got to do a theme. You got to do like casino theme or cowboy themed or something.
You guys should do cop theme. Everyone dressed as cops.
Casino cowboy theme.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Is that all? We got any more?
Nope. That's it for the messages. Thank you, everybody, for contributing to our speak pipe. Appreciate it. And you ready to wake up?
During this moment, Gonz, during this break, I was inspired. The sort of seething resentment towards Adam Carolla stealing the Flippy update.
Sure.
I think it might be time that we invest in a small consumer level robotic arm, and I can train it to hold my microphone.
Hey, I've been telling you, I've often had the option to cover some of those stories about the home kit, the Raspberry Pi controlled robot arms that
they're pretty cheap now. We can get a consumer level without sort of a shameful misappropriation of producer funds. They're pretty cheap now.
Thank you to 15 of our knights for supporting this robot mechanical arm that holds Basil's microphone.
$70,000 mic stand. No, you can get them pretty cheap now, like a couple $100, and you can train them, and they come with the camera, like the whole thing, all the sensors.
You just connect them to Lambda, and they'll be sentient.
Because I'm in the VR headset. And those who watch the video, you see me bumping into this mic all show long. I'm moving the mic around. It's like a whole thing. If I could get the robotic arm to like automatically move the mic where I need it, like a little, motion tracer thing, it's got to be one of the easier things to do with a robotic arm. I think that would at least be one very strong step in the direction of maintaining my legacy.
Okay. Yeah. I think we need to, maybe you contact Miso Robotics and
get sponsored.
I think that's the way to go. If you really want to be the premier robot arm critic, then sponsorships may cloud your judgment and your criticism.
Well, I'm okay with that. See, I don't need to go value for value on everything.
Okay.
See, we can stay value for value on this, and then in my robot critic role, I'll just full on sell out to any robotics corporation that wants to pay. I'll just the highest bidder gets my current praise.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, then you got a whole business model set up there. So good for you.
That's my exit strategy. All right. We are so behind, and it's awesome. We're staying positive. We're feeling good, and we're done with this break, everybody. So let's wake up, and you YouTubers, remember, go find another place to watch, because what follows is too hot for YouTube.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure?
Go to Twitch, Rumble, Odyssey, Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is. You can find all those links at CanaryCry.Party as well. Too hot for YouTube.
YouTube. Now you see me.
Hold on, before you turn them off, in case there's new people, YouTubers, go to CanaryCry.Party. From the spell of Susan, okay? We play in about 8 other places. You can go watch there. Okay, CanaryCry.Party. Bye.
Bye.
All right, now that we're free, let's talk about COVID.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Vaccine. Number one way. China.
Told you there's a lot of China today, which is probably a good reason to get off YouTube as well. Not just COVID, but China. And this is CNN.com. I've been noticing a lot of mainstream American outlets doing a little bit more of using the China topic as an opportunity to display their journalistic integrity, which I found very interesting. There's a couple things here to go over, but specifically regarding COVID, at least the COVID health pass. The headline here from CNN, China's bank run victims planned to protest. Then their COVID health codes turned red. Nothing, huh? You don't feel anything when you hear that? No outrage,
I'm just listening
no
to more. I'm enthralled by the drama.
Liu, a 39-year-old...
We got a bank run, a protest, and COVID, all in one story.
Yes. Liu, a 39-year-old tech worker in Beijing, arrived in the central city of Zhengzhou on Sunday with all the boxes ticked to travel under China's stringent COVID restrictions. He had tested negative for COVID-19 the day before. His hotel had confirmed he could be checked in, and the health code on his phone app was green, meaning he had not been exposed to people or places deemed risks and was therefore free to travel. But when Liu scanned the local QR code to exit the Zhengzhou train station, his health code came back red. A nightmare for any traveler in China, where freedom of movement is strictly dictated by a color code system imposed by the government to control the spread of the virus. Yeah, control the spread of the virus, sure. Anyone with a red code, usually assigned to people infected with COVID or deemed by authorities to be at high risk of infection, immediately becomes persona non grata. They are banned from all public venues and transport and are often subject to weeks of government quarantine. That all but derailed plans for Liu, who had come to Zhengzhou, to the provincial capital of Henan province, to seek redress from a bank that has frozen his deposits. He has put his life savings totaling about 6 million yuan, about $890,000, into a rural bank in Henan, and since April hasn't been able to withdraw a penny. Since April, Basil!
Wow.
May, June, we're almost in July, for 3 months. Over the past 2 months, thousands of depositors like Liu have been fighting to recover their savings from at least 4 rural banks in Henan, in a case that involves billions of dollars. In late May, hundreds of them traveled to Zhengzhou from across China and staged a protest outside the office of the Henan banking regulator to demand their money back, to no avail. Another protest was planned for Monday, but as the depositors arrived in Zhengzhou, they were stunned. Were they really stunned? I don't think they were stunned. To find their health codes, which were green upon departure, had turned red, according to 6 who spoke with CNN in social media posts. Dozens of depositors were taken into quarantine hotel, guarded by police and local officials, before being sent away on trains bound for their hometowns the next day. Others were quarantined, in quotes, at several other locations in the city, including a college campus, according to the witnesses and online posts. Depositors accused Zhengzhou authorities of tampering with the health code system to prevent them from returning to the city, and thus thwarting their plans to fend for their rights. Quote, the health code should have been used to prevent the spread of the pandemic, but now it has deviated from its original role and become something like a good citizen certificate, said Q, a depositor in eastern Jiangsu province. I don't know, Basil. Did they not see it coming? Is it just us crazy conspiracy theorists who have been saying this the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, it is, as usual, China being just the perfect example of the technocratic progress that they keep trying to make for so many different reasons. I mean, this is the Vax Pass, this is the social credit score, this is the this. It's everything. This story is everything. And it being wielded in the sort of defense of the corporate banking elite, even more so, the exact reason why this is a bad idea.
Yeah, the exact thing. The people, everybody in the West especially, was like, hey, bad idea to have this COVID pass. It could be used for other means, other ways to control movement, to control access. It's just, all the things, and then here we go.
And even for lefties, even for the lefties,
yes, 100%.
you got a Black Lives Matter protest you're going to in Washington, D.C. Oopsie daisies. You got a red on your COVID pass. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Oh, now it's not so fun, isn't it? You like it when the January 6th people get their red screening pass, but not when you're fighting for your rights, baby.
There's a little bit more here that's interesting. It's QIU. It's a Q. A teacher had not been to Henan to protest, but his health code also turned red on Sunday after he scanned a QR code from Zhengzhou. He said a fellow depositor had shared a photo of the Zhengzhou QR code on the WeChat messaging app in an attempt to find out whether depositors outside Henan were also affected. The red code seemed to target only depositors. Q used his wife's phone to scan the QR code, and it came back green, he said. Quote, I called the government hotline in Zhengzhou to complain about my red code, and they told me there was some error with the big data information database.
Uh-huh. Sure.
That is the greatest government excuse ever. Oh, there was a mistake. There's an error in the big data. It's a glitch. It's a glitch. Yeah. Liu and Q both asked to be identified only by their surnames. CNN has reached out to Zhengzhou government for comment. The Henan Provincial Health Commission told state-run news website thepaper.cn it was, quote, investigating and verifying the complaints from depositors who received red codes. It's fun. Wow. What's interesting is nothing about the bank run. It's like, wait a minute. This whole thing happened because citizens couldn't take their money out of the bank.
Yeah.
What's another part of this whole thing that I mean, at least I've been screaming about is access to your money. When banks start shutting you down, especially with the COVID, why is it that the COVID thing always has financial access as one of its main components? Yeah. Canada, the trucker thing. What happened? Their finances got shut down, right? A lot of the people lost access to their money in bank accounts because of their suspected support of the convoy. What was it? Was it Uganda? It might have been Uganda. Nigeria. Yeah, it was a province in Nigeria. The guy came, the mayor or something, I can't remember what it was, who said that nobody has access to bank accounts unless they show their vaccine pass. Mm-hmm. These are all things that every aspect of the reasons why a whole community of people are saying that this is like the mark of the beast. That's why it's all tied to your access to money. And so, of course, we're going to call it out. And, some people say it is the mark of the beast. I don't know if me personally, I'm not willing to go that far. However, I will say that this is definitely an archetype, a prototype, a type of Mark of the Beast for sure. If it's denying you access to your money, if you don't comply to a government mandate. So, okay, I think goes into some online backlash, which again, it's kind of like, okay, where have you been, CNN, mainstream media on China for 10 years, more than that? Right. They haven't said anything. And all of a sudden there's a uniform sort of expose of China, which I find interesting, the timing of it all. It's post-Ukraine. It's almost like they're preparing everybody for the split from the East and West. And they're kind of like, well, we can't really continue to be pro-China over here. It's kind of, everybody knows, all the finances are already starting to get split up.
Oh, yeah. So, well, even Hollywood has been experienced. Did I go off on my Top Gun thing before? Did I do that on air?
You did. It was something about how it's a horrible. I mean, it was a perfect Hollywood movie. The acting was horrible. All that stuff.
No. That was Jurassic Park.
Oh, that was Jurassic Park. Okay, Top
Gun.
Maybe
Gun. There's a story. I'm not going to go long. The story with Top Gun is. Top Gun was an extremely successful movie financially.
Sure.
And there's a whole long, deep backstory about how China was funding it. Tencent was actually funding the movie.
Are you talking about the new one or the old one?
The new one. Okay, the new Top Gun.
I was going to say, wow, China funded the old Tom Cruise Top Gun from the 80s?
Right. So we all know that the Chinese funding has basically ruled over Hollywood for at least a decade. Mm-hmm. About a decade. If money doesn't come from China, they don't make the movie. And they do this because China's got 1 billion people. It's a big market. And, you want want to make a bunch of money, so you do whatever China says for your movie, and then you make a bunch of money. And China is one of the bigger funders of movies in Hollywood too. So Tencent was one of the original financiers of Top Gun, and they had taken Maverick's jacket in the original movie had a Taiwan flag on the back.
Oh boy,
couldn't have that, and so they took it off to keep their Chinese funding. Long story short, China pulled their funding for the movie simply because it just made America look too good. It's just like, the whole thing is America has the best, fighter pilots.
Right.
And China pulled all their money because they just didn't want their Chinese citizens to think that America had the best fighter pilots.
I wonder if they had like rich Chinese billionaire oligarchs come into the Hollywood offices and be like, can we change the end of the movie where China takes over everything?
Yeah, it turns
China
out
wins.
Turns out Maverick is Chinese the whole time. So anyways, they pull the funding, and the movies, and I have not seen it, but from what I am told, it's they just got rid of all the wokeness. All the stuff that comes from Chinese influence. They got rid of the wokeness. They made no political points. They did nothing. They just made a fun airplane movie, Hollywood style, kind of a throwback almost. And it went gangbusters. They made $1 gazillion. They didn't need China. They didn't have to show the movie in China, which means they didn't have to censor it. And they learned there's a shift in the industry where they're suddenly like, oh, we don't need China to make all the money in Hollywood.
We just need the Scientology office to continue giving us the money. Tom Cruise being the man, the great distraction for all the Scientology crimes.
So it kind of fits in. And the fact that this story you're reading here is coming from CNN is incredible, because they actively talked about the Chinese social credit score system and the vaccine passport system as being conspiracy theories, and it's only crazy right-wing, domestic extremists think that Chinese all these things are bad. And to have them reporting like this, like you said, signaling a breakaway from the obedience to the Chinese message, on top of Hollywood learning they don't need the Chinese censorship and the Chinese market to make their money. There really is a concerted separation from China. And you talk about the pullback of globalization. I was trying to talk to you about this, and you don't buy it, and that's okay. Maybe I'll bring a more thorough analysis. But the war in Ukraine and the sanctions and the concerted movement towards deglobalization right now. Deglobalization is actually strangely catching on with not just politicians, but think tanks and economists and all these people who seemed to be in the hand of like the World Economic Forum. It looks like either there is a breakaway from some sort of globalization of the Great Reset, or the Great Reset includes some pullback of globalization. Either one of those is possible. But I was listening to and reading a number of analyses about how if globalization pulls back, the U.S. can survive. Most of the North America, we can survive and we can rebound from pulling back from globalization. South America, they'll be fine. Russia's already kind of proven that they can not use globalization in their economy. They've proven that actually really well. Europe would have a tough time, but with the help of America, they could survive. Who can't survive deglobalization is China. China is the key to globalization, and globalization is key to China. They import 80% of their energy, whether it's oil or whatever, electricity, etc. They import again, like another 60% of the raw materials for food. They barely make enough food for a small portion of their population. I mean, they rely on globalization, and as far as, just money, foreign money coming in, manufacturing, things like that. Their entire society is based on globalization, which fits directly into, how it has been, which is anybody who is a globalist, they love China, and they're always doing deals with China. And you're talking about Newsom, you're talking about Biden, you're talking about the other Biden, you're talking about, the Clintons, you're talking about everybody who, Clinton invented globalization, Bill, that is, and it was all based on China. If globalization pulls back, China really is in big trouble. And some of these analysts were saying it could pull them back to developing country status if they have to start, providing for themselves. And so this movement that we're seeing in CNN, in Hollywood industry, trades, in this, in that, this pullback, not just from globalization, but from reliance on China, seems like the most macro of macro sort of economic wars against the East. And the way that we're seeing all these different outlets turn on a dime on their attitudes towards China is really surprising to see.
Yeah, a couple things to mention there, but I'm going to go ahead and play some clips from this New York Times article just because we're on that point.
Okay.
This is New York Times. Again, let me just be very clear. New York Times.
Yeah.
And the headline here is China's surveillance state is growing. These documents reveal how. It's a 15-minute video piece by the New York Times talking about the Chinese surveillance state. I clipped it down to 3 1-minute and some change clips. Here's the first one.
In China, your appearance, the technology you use, and the sound of your voice are all types of information the Chinese government collects. The scale of this surveillance and the infrastructure supporting it are larger and more elaborate than previously known. For over a year, the New York Times has analyzed more than 100,000 government bidding documents. They span 2 decades and were collected and shared exclusively with us by ChinaFile, a digital magazine published by the Asia Society. In these bidding documents, government agencies from across the country detail what surveillance products and services they need, from phone trackers to equipment used to collect iris scans and DNA samples. These documents explain the strategic thinking behind the purchases and invite companies to bid for project contracts. Together, they reveal China's ambition in collecting vast amounts of sensitive personal data. From the local to national level, China aims to gather as much information as possible on its citizens, centralize this data, and use it to maintain authoritarian rule over its entire population.
Yeah. New York Times.
New York Times, man.
Whoa.
Pretty unbelievable, right?
Yeah. I mean, New York Times basically being a puppet of Chinese interests for the past 20 years through their friendly Mexican billionaire, who's a majority stakeholder in the New York Times. This is a shift. This is a notable shift, man. And it's interesting. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't even notice the shift.
Yeah, and the whole piece, it goes into how they're collecting the DNA of males. There's a whole thing about like they have to collect the DNA of males, especially in these small villages. Don't leave out a single male. Get everyone's DNA. And it's pretty wild. Here's a couple more clips from this New York Times report about Chinese surveillance.
To take advantage of all this footage, police around China rely on software to analyze and extract more information. State media promotes the software's ability to identify a person's race and ethnicity, the color of their clothes, and whether they're wearing a mask or glasses. Documents show this technology can search a person's image in existing databases for a match. These search results often contain more specific information about the person, like their national ID number, name, sex, and permanent address. While this type of technology is readily available, the documents show the government doesn't think it's being used widely enough. In one, China's top police agency complains that the analytical capabilities need to be better and are too decentralized. The government is determined to not only fix these consolidation issues, but to branch into new and more invasive surveillance technologies.
New York Times. keep mentioning it. It's so crazy. They're hearing this from the New York Times. But there you go. There's another example there. China complaining, these police stations complaining about how the data's too decentralized. We need it to be all in one place.
That is hilarious.
We need more centralization. One more clip here. You got something to say about that?
No. Nope.
Okay, here's a last one here talking about, it's kind of a summary. This is at the end of the piece.
From faces to DNA profiles, iris scans to voice prints, the Chinese government is consolidating vast quantities of unique personal data with one ultimate goal: to build a comprehensive profile for each citizen, accessible anytime, anywhere, up and down the ranks of the government. This sweeping surveillance effort lays the groundwork for even more advanced methods of control. The documents show that the state is even working towards predicting potential threats before they materialize. It is building a future in which mass surveillance supports authoritarian rule, and it's unlikely to stay in China.
There you go. And I'm going to read this little thing here at the very end. They had a kind of a text sort of thing right before their credits. And it says, companies and government offices that did not respond to the Times' request for comment include Beijing Super Red Technology Co., Ltd., the company that builds iris databases, the Huazhu Hotel Group, whose hotel appear in a document outlining police plans to install facial recognition cameras in the lobbies, and China's Ministry of Public Security, and 5 local police departments. So all those places, and 1 local government office, they all did not respond to the New York Times.
Yeah.
Something they probably would have happily done in recent years, but not so now. Because the split is happening. What I wanted to say, because you were talking about the whole idea of China sort of losing their, the deglobalization would weaken China thing. And my take is, it'll probably weaken China because they have a lot of their imports, connected to places around the world. And if those supply chains get cut off or they have to be redistributed or whatever, it's going to hurt China. The thing I think we need to realize is that it doesn't just hurt China; it actually does mess everything up everywhere. It's going to affect everybody in America.
It's hurting us now.
It's hurting. That's what I'm saying. It's not. So it's like, maybe China is worse off in the long term. But I also want to think of it in this term because we're entering this multipolar world here that we've been tracking, as in the context of a sort of World War III or a second Cold War. There's been many sort of names and even articles that we've covered over the years regarding China and their sort of place in geopolitics. And, we've called out the New World Order. They're trying to build a one world government, a one world system. And certainly that's been something that a lot of people have related to or identified and have pushed back against. But Basil, you're a science man, aren't you? You know a little science.
Sure.
Yeah. How do organisms grow?
I don't understand the question.
The cells divide, right?
Oh,
the cells don't just get bigger, right? They divide. I think part of the plan for a sort of globalization, one world government type of thing, it was never going to come under just an agreement that everyone's just going to jump on board, especially if you look at it, sort of biblical prophecy wise. It's a lot of it is very centered around Israel and the Middle East and stuff, but a lot of it has to do with the Antichrist taking over regions through war. So it was never going to be this friendly, everyone gets together in peace is in the world, and there's a phase for that. But I think this sets up even more of a New World Order situation if you have, in the same way that the United States has been really, you can call it taken over, because of our own internal issues with the divide between right and left, Republican, Democrat, our political system being the divisive mechanism, has allowed for other countries to kind of come in and, people with money to influence and all those things. In a similar way, having the entire world split up into teams, basically, is beneficial for the entirety of this New World Order moving forward, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so
no,
you might be right.
You
might be right that China.
Something there.
You might be right that China, the people of China, will probably suffer the most because of the authoritarian chokehold that the government has. And then if supply chains get messed up into China, certainly their people are going to suffer. The government won't; they'll be fine.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I'm definitely not saying like, "Ooh, China's in trouble, so we win." So the New World Order loses.
New World Order dead. America win. But that's what I'm hearing from you, which I'm like, okay. I mean, maybe.
No.
I don't know that it's that. That's pretty myopic.
No. That's what I mean. It's kind of what I was referring to with bringing it back to the World Economic Forum. Is like there's this instinct to consider the Great Reset a hyper globalization movement because they do use that kind of language.
Yeah.
But so far since the Great Reset, has sort of really gotten rolling in the last year, it's actually pulled back on globalization. And I mean, what a perfect sort of occult analogy to this sort of
it's a divide and conquer. Think about the method, the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, the divide and conquer. It's the same thing. It's just, I think when it's happening, it's harder to see, because we're in it and we're only looking at like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen to the U.S. economy, and where are we going to get our oil? Oh, look at the gas prices and Russia and Putin, and we get distracted and we're not really looking at the big picture. But I think for people like us, Basil, you and I, and our producers and our audience here who have been tracking this stuff for a while, I don't know, just my opinion, but I think we see it as like, oh yeah, of course they're going to create tension in the world, the two superpowers going at it. That's how you make progress. You got to have conflict. Iron sharpen iron, Basil.
Actually, we might have to shift this whole section of the show because this reminds me of something very interesting. So, first of all, I will say that the World Economic Forum, very Eurocentric.
Yes.
Extremely, even though they kind of pay homage to the East and they pay homage to Africa, and they'll talk all the virtue signaling, social justice-y ways. But they are extremely Eurocentric in their version of the New World Order, which we've seen in the way that Russia, China, even India really are pushing back. They don't want the New World Order to. They don't want the World Economic Forum's version of the New World Order. They are having the darndest time because I think Klaus, the Austrian, wants Europe again to be the sort of economic center, whereas in recent decades it's moved east. But they want to get it back. And so I think you're right. There is this dividing of the current setup so that it could, be rearranged, which they love talking about doing.
You're never gonna create progress with consensus. It's much more. It's much more in the nature of human beings in this fallen world to create progress by conflict, tension. Just issues in general. People are always looking for solutions. It's part of our makeup. We're fallen and we're trying to figure out, how to fix stuff. It's kind of the human thing ever since the fall. So it's kind of built in.
Yeah, there is that battle. let's see here. Along those lines, we don't need to read the story or whatever, but Vladimir Putin just made a big speech about how Russia is the one building the New World Order right now.
Yeah. See, this starts to make sense with the whole everybody calling for a New World Order, but from a different, their own sort of vision of it. India, like you said, and then you have Russia and Putin, and of course China and Xi, and those guys they all want a New World Order.
Like you
said, just want to be the ruler of it.
Everybody's picking teams for who will shape the New World Order.
Yeah.
Anyways, we got a little off topic from COVID there, but COVID obviously was a big part of it.
It was the catalyst that really started everything up. Talk about China. You talk about
it's almost like the signal. It's like the starting gun.
Yeah,
the starting gun that fires, and everybody, that's where everybody knows it's time.
Right.
We didn't bring the clip of Biden talking about we need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic. That was a fun clip. But again, nothing that he hasn't said before. Yeah. A lot of talk about getting more money because we need more money. Straight up going to have another pandemic. So there was an interesting scientific piece of research that came out. This is another opportunity for me to say words on air that I'm uncomfortable saying, but again, it's important. So, parental advisory, clinical language, important story. This is coming from onlinelibrary.wiley.com. I'm not 100%.
I've seen Wiley Online Library. I think it's an online journal, a science journal.
Yeah, is it a journal or is it just like an aggregator? I'm not really sure. COVID-19 vaccination temporarily impairs semen concentration and total motile count among donors. And long story short, they did background. The development of the COVID-19 vaccinations represents a notable scientific achievement. Nevertheless, concerns have been raised regarding their possible detrimental impact on male fertility. The objective, to investigate the effect of COVID-19, that's the Pfizer vaccine. They named the code there, BNT162B2. It's the Pfizer vaccine, on semen parameters among semen donors, SD. Long story short, they tested a whole bunch of vaccinated men's donations to the bank, and 22% reduction in fertility on average with vaccinated men. So, hate to say I told you so again, but these things just keep rolling out. There's a continued, of course, their conclusion, systemic immune response after the vaccine is a reasonable cause for transient semen concentration and TMC decline. Long-term prognosis remains good. I don't know what that means, but okay. I guess if your goal is to bring down male fertility by 22%, I guess is a good prognosis. But surprise, surprise, folks.
Yeah, this reminds me of Margaret Mead.
We should invite fewer people to be born.
Oh, how do we do that? Oh, we just impair the men 22% or so.
Tell them that they're a bad person and they want to kill their grandma if they don't get a vaccine.
Right.
Oh, chat, you little rascals. I'm going to start making you read all these.
Me?
These clinical.
Oh, I don't know. The reason why you do it is because you think I can't censor myself, which is possible.
It is.
We've gone this long, and I haven't really dropped an F-bomb or anything.
It's not the evidence shows, guys.
Hey, I was just reading, man.
It just seems
articles.
I'll tell you this. It seems. I think my discomfort with it. A, I need to work on that. B, I just think it's funnier when I do it. Mm-hmm. All right. One last thing, and we can go to break. January 6 rioters, baby.
Oh, we have to do the Jan 6.
Gotta do the Jan 6 rioters.
All right, give me a second here. Let me pull up this jingle. Jan 6.
January 6 rioters as the Jan 6, the 1/6, the primetime television event of the summer has slowly been getting canceled and rescheduled and is not getting the ratings people were hoping for. There was some big news over the weekend, Gonz. Stephen Colbert explained staff arrests at the Capitol. Whoa!
What? And this is
you
CNN?
Heard about this. Stephen Colbert staffers getting arrested illegally, occupying the Capitol building. The day one headlines for this story were just so delicious. But the article goes on, or rather the headline, this was first-degree puppetry. Now, I wanted to bring this from CNN because we've been having fun exploring the difference in how CNN is handling lots of stories. Remember, we're mainly, mainstream news analysis and deconstruction here, and the evolution that CNN has been going through has been really fascinating to watch. But let's read it now. This is a quote. How was your weekend? I certainly had an interesting one because some of my staff had a memorable one. That's how Stephen Colbert opened his monologue Monday after members of his late show production team were arrested last week at the U.S. Capitol. This was first-degree puppetry, Colbert said. Colbert explained that members of his staff, including Triumph, the insult comic dog, which I'm pretty sure has produced the show before. A puppet voiced by comedian Robert Schmiegel went to film a comedy segment tied to the January 6th hearings for 2 days last week in the congressional offices across from the Capitol. The host said that the staff went through security clearance and were invited into the offices of the representatives they were interviewing, which is important to note since Triumph, quote, works on Dracula rules, according to Colbert. It doesn't work very well when CNN is trying to recreate already bad jokes from an already bad comedian.
So they're taking the monologue jokes and they're just basically rewriting it for this article. Is that what's happening here?
Exactly. And Stephen Colbert, famously not funny. I mean, in this current form, in his late.
Don't they have writers for shows like that? Don't they have like a room full of people coming up with jokes?
Oh, hundreds of thousands of dollars goes into writing each of these episodes. These jokes are expensive, okay, Gonz? So works on Dracula rules. On the second day of filming, the staff was detained by the U.S. Capitol Police. Quote, which actually wasn't that surprising. The Capitol Police are much more cautious than they were, say, 18 months ago, and for a very good reason, Colbert said. If you don't know what that reason is, I know which news network you watch. Ha 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 ha. On Friday, the U.S. Capitol Police said in a statement that officers, quote, observed 7 individuals unescorted and without congressional ID in a 6th-floor hallway in the Longworth House Office building on Capitol Hill. The Capitol Police added that those individuals were charged with unlawful entry. CBS noted in a statement Friday that its production team's interviews with members of Congress had been authorized and prearranged. Colbert on Monday continued by saying that the U.S. Capitol Police were just doing their jobs, as was his staff, and that everyone was very professional and very calm. Quote, a fairly simple story until the next night when a couple of the TV people, and then it goes into like, oh, Fox News is mean to me, which also, surprise, not very funny.
Did Fox, see, I wasn't tracking this. Did Fox come out and say that Colbert staff insurrection of the Capitol?
Yeah, they don't say insurrection. Oh, bro, it was a wonderful day of headlines.
Oh, I didn't see them.
And if you just read the headlines, you would have thought that Colbert's staff were at January 6th.
That's the impression I got based on not looking into anything. I just saw the headlines rolling through. That's the impression I got. Was like, whoa, Colbert. So wait, did this just happen or was this back in January 6th? So
right. So all the headlines gave the impression that, ooh, Colbert staffers are crazy right-wing extremists. Turns out that they were filming interviews in the building and were authorized to do so, but then stayed later. After they were supposed to. So they were illegally in there. But they were, just filming comedy in the hall or something. Their little puppet guy.
Yeah.
Their Insult the Comic Dog. It's just what he does,
Doing
or whatever his name is.
On the walkout or something, and
just kind of wandering around the halls, which is what
was going on January 6th until,
right.
until the instigators started bashing windows.
99% of the people who entered the building were doing that exact same thing, just wandering around, looking at stuff, and like all excited about being in there, which is exactly what Colbert's people were doing. And look, anybody who knows anybody who's worked in the TV industry, this is actually not that uncommon. This is not that weird. You get access to certain places that nobody else gets access to, and you're a Hollywood
have the little
person,
badge or whatever.
You gotta.
Did I lose you?
Big crew. Everybody would recognize Insult the Comic Dog, so you think you can talk your way out of everything. This is just normal for this business, and I don't know. It's not surprising at all. Being on this side of it, one can see that it doesn't look great, and that it looks like entitled Hollywood people basically being completely tone deaf to the idea of illegally being in the Capitol building, even because you're so important, you're making a television show,
right? And
so they got arrested and booked and processed and everything. And there's pending court cases and stuff for these TV people who were kind of. I mean, it was a bad move. It was a bad move, but I could see how they wouldn't really think that it's any different than any other place that they weren't supposed to be in filming.
They'll probably get off scot-free, right? They're not going to get into too much trouble here. I don't
know. We'll see. Probably not. But here's the kicker of it.
Okay.
Colbert ended his recount of the incident with a satirical history lesson of puppet lawlessness.
Oh, yeah.
The Great Muppet Caper, the Fraggle Riots of 1980s. How do you think King Friday came to... He's referencing TV shows from the 80s that almost none of his audience are going to understand. In this case, our puppet was just a puppet doing puppet stuff. And sad to say, so much has changed in Washington that the Capitol Police do have to stay on high alert at all times because of the attack on January 6th. And as the hearings prove more clearly every day, the blame for that actual insurrection all lies with Putin's puppets.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun. And I just find it so ironic because Stephen Colbert, not necessarily a talented comedian by anybody's standards, is infamously a puppet of just
whoever gives
just democratic status quo. I mean, he's not, you think of comedian. A comedian is a comedian.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees Stephen Colbert is not a comedian. He is just an actor.
Basil.
Yeah.
If you and I were both the puppeteers, the most joy we would get is watching our puppets talk about how, people that on their staff or whatever, or the puppets.
Puppets talking about puppets.
Puppets talking about puppets being mistreated would be the
that's
most
what
hilarious thing.
It's a puppet talking about a puppet.
And then blaming Putin to put the cherry on top.
And I think, I have a feeling that this was actually
staged.
If not planned or staged. I don't think it was staged. I think they really did get busted. But, these people, nothing's going to happen to them. But it's great publicity for the show. And he gets to blame the fact that, oh, my good Hollywood liberal comedians can't stalk the halls of the Capitol building illegally at night. It's about 8:30 p.m., by the way, that this happened. They can't illegally stalk the halls of the Capitol building, all because of those Trump supporters, insurrectionists on January 6th.
If anything, this should, assuming it's a genuine sort of thing that happened, this should make them sympathetic to those people who were at January 6th, who they weren't trying to do anything, but they got reeled into this whole insurrection conversation, maybe even arrested.
Well,
so
it's a beautiful comparison. I think that's the comparison trying to be made. The social engineering of this is, if 99% of the people on January 6th were simply just walking around and excited to be there and not violent insurrectionists, then why does it look so different than these other fun people walking around with a puppet? Why didn't anybody bring a puppet to January 6th? It could have gotten off scot-free, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, our puppetry is an ancient form of artistry, Gonz, and I think on that note, we should thank some of our artists.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's a great setup. All right, we're going to take another break here, and we will do just that.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
This is our second break. Sorry, I'm trying to fix a cable. There's stuff unplugged or not plugged in properly. Oh, okay. Yes. This is our second.
At that.
Yeah.
On the fly. You're like Maverick repairing his fighter jet.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to fix the plane while it's flying, It's rough.
It's hard to fix it while it's not flying, as is evident by the constant buzz Gonz is hearing from my setup.
Yeah. So, yes, this is our second break. This is where we thank our producers who come in with their talent, whether it be painting, sculpting, literature, architecture, cinema, music, theater, or fushigi theater.
Or puppetry.
Or puppetry. Yeah, great. Yeah, that is one that we dipped our toe into and decided not to go down the aisle.
Old school sock puppet Canary Cry videos.
Yeah,
go check them out.
Only old timers would know about the OGs would know about the puppet days.
Oh yeah, they don't even exist anymore because our YouTube channel got taken down.
Yeah. So it's somewhere in the ether. But we encourage those of you who have the blessed talent to do any of those things, to express yourselves concerning the troubling things going on in the world, and we'll share it here with everybody so that we can all process it together in community, and under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, we can laugh about it, and just build community, like-minded people out here trying to get
culture,
get
baby, culture.
Yep, and we're going to start it off with audio production.
Audio production.
Yes, sir. We have a few different people coming in with their music and audio skills. We're going to start with one of our thriving audio producers, which is Psalm 40.
Just listen to Psalm 40.
He has a note, said, "Hey fellas, I almost forgot to send the track this week. I haven't been keeping up with the show as much, so I'm a bit behind. That's okay. But alas, today I present Revelation Part 5, The Beast and the False Prophet. This is one of my favorite tracks from the series, so I hope everyone enjoys it just as much. God bless, and please remember my family and I in your prayers. P.S. No, I didn't forget Father's Day, or a Happy Father's Day." Let me get a little taste of Revelation Part 5 here. It's really good. I love it.
The fallen dragon called out a beast from the sea. It had 7 heads with 10 horns. 10 crowns were on its horns, and blasphemous names were on its heads. And to it the dragon gave his power and authority. One of its heads had a mortal wound, but it was healed. So the whole world followed the beast.
We will play the full track at the end during the playlist. Cool. It's really good. I really like this one. Played it on loop a few times before the show. We're setting up the show today. So thank you very much, Psalm 40. Appreciate it. And great job. Keep it up.
Indeed.
Next up, we have Billabong Bill. Sent us a note. Says, hey, good day, Basil and Gonz. First of all, I must say I appreciate what you guys do, so keep on doing it. High five. All right. Secondly, I made the attached monkeypox jingle early last week. A few days ago, my wife reminded and encouraged me to send it in. So here it is. Use it if you see it worthy. God bless from the land not so down under, Billabong Bill.
And now.
Oh, you stepped on the last part.
Oh, nuts. I guess you got to play it again.
Well, I'll play a little bit of okay, fine. I'll just play the whole thing.
Just play it again.
All right, here we go.
And now.
Wow. Really well done.
Yeah. Great job.
Goodness. It's so melodic and yet chaotic.
Yeah.
And
it's if monkeys made music, that's if the monkeypox.
That one is very fun.
Yeah. Great job. Thank you, Billabong Bill. Appreciate it. We got another piece here from Mr. Jag. Good to see you, Mr. Jag. Here's a note. Hi, Gonz and Basil. This email has an attachment with my first jingle, or sort of. Flippy gone full military mode. The 33-second MP3 file is my first try in the world of making jingle-like sound files. Regards! So here we go. We're going to play the full 33 seconds here.
Flippy up.
Now, under military command.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Load radio static to fill in the 33 seconds. Here we go.
Second approach is immediate.
There you go. 33 seconds. Flippy gone military mode. That's there was a part of me that was like, hey, Mr. Jag, you got to fill the blank areas. There's too much open space between, the words and stuff like that. But then I thought, there's something eerie and creepy about Flippy, flipping on his military mode and then
going silent,
like waiting. The anticipation,
Chilling.
It creates that tension of like, oh my gosh, what is it going to do next? So well done.
Terrifying, Mr. Jag. Thank you for that nightmare fuel.
I flip your burgers and put razor blades in them. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jag. Appreciate it. That does it for the audio producers. Great little collection here today. Thank you very much. Appreciate all that. We're going to move on to some artwork.
One art, please.
And per usual, we shall start with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this one is titled Open the Books Indeed. And it is accompanied by a haiku by Dame Epony Blaze. Senator Paul seeks NIH transparency. Go open the books. Is Fauci hiding secret royalty payments with his salary?
And along with this is an expertly rendered pencil headshot portrait of Rand Paul. And as usual, excellently done. Rand Paul does have that curly mop on his head there, which is not so usual for the types of portraits we get from Dame Allie, but so wonderfully done on this one. And notable, no lizard eyeballs. No lizard eyeballs on old Rand.
Human eyes.
Rand's got some points. He's leaning towards the human side of things. You got to give him that. Very beautifully done, Dame Allie. And thank you, who is this? Oh, Dame Ebony Blaze for the haiku, of course.
Yeah, of course.
That's a really good look. I think Rand Paul would enjoy this portrait of himself. Maybe next time I see him, next time I interview him, I'll bring this. We'll have him sign it.
Sure. Yeah. The short hair is a look that, I was kind of into the Rand Paul phase when his hair got a little wild,
The real mop.
The mop hair going. I was like, yeah, that's a politician I can get behind. They cleaned it up a little bit now, but, either way, it looks good.
To be fair, that's what people mostly like about Bernie Sanders, too.
Oh, yeah, his hair.
Thank you very much, Dame Allie and Dame Ebony Blaze.
Yep, great job. All right, moving on. We got Sir Dove, Knight of Rusbeltia.
One art piece from Dove.
And here's a note. It says, peace for this week's NWO Fantasy League update. We've got some more promotional artwork. In the final seconds before halftime, the Baron streaks down the sidelines to go deep. The Hunter is trying his best to cover him, but the Baron's 6'7" frame is too much to handle as he burns the Hunter like a presidential party pipe and takes it into the end zone. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins.
So funny. When I was reading that part of the email, in the final seconds before halftime, I was reading it in exciting announcer voice. I was like, oh my gosh. There is so much possibility for content with the New World Order Fantasy League.
Like the old, you want to do like the old radio guy.
The Baron streaks down the sidelines to go deep. The Hunter is trying his best to cover him, but the Baron's 6'7" frame is too much to handle as he burns the Hunter like a presidential party pipe and takes it to the end zone. Whoa! Something like that.
There you go.
What was I going to say?
Are you going to describe the piece here?
I was waiting for the NWO Fantasy League jingle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I got that.
Give me that.
1 second to pull it up here, and I got it right. Oh, no, it's right there. Oh, no, wait.
It's moving.
I have multiple.
The jingles have become sentient, and Gonz has to chase them around his computer.
There's multiple jingles labeled NWO, so I have to make sure I'm hitting the right one.
Imagine that for this podcast.
It is a New World Order Fantasy League.
They're all 100% eugenics, transhumanist lizards that control everything. They hate you.
There we go. NWOFL.com, folks. Go there now. Sign up to get on the waiting list for the first season of the New World Order Fantasy League. And for today's promotional piece, thank you, Sir Dove. We've got Baron Trump, number 67 in the Trojan Horse. What is that the team? Just the Trojan Horses, I guess.
Trojan Horse.
Yeah. He's just booking it. His eyeball. He's got this look of terror, but also the determination that only a Trump could have as he brings this ball down the field, and it looks like Hunter, he was so close, but he ate it right at the last second, face planted, and is looking up in both anger and disappointment that that Baron is pulling away from him. Of course, Hunter, he's got the upside down. He's got the Chinese Communist pentagram logo on his helmet there.
With the
number 69, star, yeah. Hunter, very fitting, very funny number. This is brilliant. Can you zoom in on Hunter's? Oh yes, of course. He's got his hammer and sickle tattoo. Is that what it is?
I think so. It looks like a worm, though.
It's the crack pipe.
It's the crack pipe.
It's the hammer and sickle crack pipe tattoo. Oh my gosh, the way Dove is able to continue the through lines of these art pieces is out of control.
Hunter's helmet.
Sorry, I just saw the label on his helmet there.
Yeah.
Is for sale.
Yeah, for sale
on Hunter's.
And then on
and on Baron's, it's My Pillow.
Yeah. We know where all the money is coming from with these guys.
So funny.
Yeah.
Go to NWOFL FL.com and New World Order Fantasy League will get you there. Also, new NWO Fantasy League. We got like 3 different URLs going to this place, but you'll find it, folks. NWOFL.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Reserve your place in line for the first season. It's honestly first come, first serve when it comes to who we're going to be able to facilitate as we develop the league out. So go sign up. And I'm looking at this list of people signing up. You're not going to want to wait, folks. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
I'm going to say that there is a hidden Easter egg in this image that Dove sent us. Mm-hmm. And I may be stretching it. But the Trojan horse has the big googly eye, you know?
Yes.
But because of the angle of the helmet, only 2 wheels on the actual Trojan horse is visible.
Oh, are you going full Q on this sucker?
I think it's the Basil eyes.
Oh.
It's a hidden Basil eyes.
I'm zooming in now. I see it.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's fun. The Trump Trojans, maybe? The Trump Trojan horses.
Trump Trojans. Yeah, the My Pillow guy funded Trump Trojans.
Yeah.
Just want everyone to be
I can't wait to see. You know, in any fantasy league, you get to make up your own team name.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see the players make up their team names.
That's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
There you go.
Thank you, Sir Dove.
I think that is it for the... Oh, no, we have another one. Do we? No. No, this. I don't know why this is in here. This should have been deleted. Okay, yep, that's it for the art. Thank you very much to all of our artists. Well, you know what? We have microfiction, though. That is also art.
Mm-hmm.
Microfiction.
Microfiction.
Our first one is from Runksmash. And let's see if this plays. Wow, I'm very surprised.
Rooster, now back in his native environment, soars through the metaverse, looking for an opportunity to get his maker and king. Then he sees them, the mouse, gremlins, on an article about a lady making a deal with a bald man. He charges in boldly. Oh, he's some sort of cyber hacker rooster.
Yeah, this rooster is like...
he's a talented being.
I can't tell if this rooster is physical or just digital, you know? Like an actual...
He's uploaded his consciousness. He's gone Tron.
Yeah.
The rooster has gone full Tron. Thank you very much, Rung Smash.
Thank you, Rung Smash. And do we have one more? Yeah. Is this from last time, too?
I don't know.
I think this might be from last time.
I wasn't here.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, this is from last time. So we don't need to do that. Well, that does it for all the producers that came in with their talent. We appreciate it. Again, anybody out there who wants to contribute with paintings, drawings, colorings, Legos. We're still waiting for the interpretive dance.
Puppetry!
Music. Yeah, puppetry.
Whatever you do, creative person, send it in because it's a very important part of the Canary Cry culture and the show and just keeping all of us sane around here. So if you're a creative person, whatever you create, send it in to CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com. That's CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com. And we'd love to put it on the show. Thank you very much. While we're at it, just want to do a quick call out for ratings and reviews. We've been a sad time for ratings and reviews, but we actually did not do that. We forgot to do them last Friday, so we'll add them all in.
I think I did. I did the one. There was one on at least from the American iTunes, and I did that one. So
okay,
yeah,
all right. Well, thank you to that person. But go leave ratings and reviews on Apple iTunes. It's very important. It helps us out more than you can know. New people find the show all the time because of the algorithms kicking into high gear when you leave ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. Thousands and thousands of you right now are listening to this on Apple Podcasts. Please take a second, leave a rating and a review. And you know what? I think we'll finish out this week without the ooh-woo, but I think we might have to go back to the ooh-woo guns.
Yeah, it was working better before, huh?
It was working better before. So, okay, everybody, listen up to Gonz's grumpy uncle.
Ugly, horrible person. You must leave review on iTunes. And if you do not, you are ugly, horrible person. You bring shame to family. Ugly, horrible person. Speaking of China, we've been doing China, and they've bought Hollywood and all that. That whole thing right there with the bean chili. What was his name? I forget who it was.
John Cena.
Yeah, that was his whole apology to the Chinese people or something, right?
Bending the knee.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was shameful.
It was a shame.
So yeah, we're going to try to get 5 or more reviews by Friday. We just need a couple more, folks. Come on now. Do it for me, and then I'll go ooh woo, and we can finally play that jingle, and it'll feel so good. Okay, other than that, let's get back to the show, Gonz. Let's wrap it up.
Here we go. Oh, here we go.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, y'all, wake up.
Y'all, wake up. What are we talking about? Oh, we got lots of stuff here with more China. More China. China. And space.
Space. Wanna go to space?
Want to go to space? So, we have just a collection of stories that are actually, it's all from the same, or I'm sorry, it's the same story from different outlets. I always pay attention to, especially in like the fringe kind of segment of the show where we talk about Antarctica or space, we put space as fringe because I don't know if I buy everything that they're telling us about space, but in any case, there's a bunch of stuff that was coming out, being published in the last couple days, where, it's old news, but for some reason, it's all being spun out there again. This is Reuters, and the headline, China finds sign of water in moon's ocean of storms. Remember the QAnon people talking about the storm is coming? Well, they didn't tell us it was on the moon, and that the Chinese would be the ones to see it first.
Yes.
But, sorry, that's just
But also,
ridiculous.
This isn't really news. We've known about water on the moon for a very long time.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see.
Is it what you're saying?
Yeah, Chinese scientists have found signs of water samples retrieved by China from a lava plain on the moon, bringing them closer to understanding the origin there, a crucial question for future lunar exploration. In a paper published in Nature Communications this week, the scientists said that they had analyzed the remnants of solidified lava retrieved by an uncrewed Chinese mission from the plain known as the Ocean of Storms, and found evidence of water in the form of hydroxyl encased in a crystalline mineral known as apatite, or apatite. I don't know. Apatite. Apatite. All right. Well, there you go. I mean, I guess it's new stuff.
There's water, moon on the water. We've known this for like 7 years or something.
So long. And then space.com also had the story. China's moon sample returns. Mission finds water evidence twice over. Okay.
So they found what we found. I think it was the Israelis actually that found it.
I'm trying to remember who was the one that sent the rocket to the moon. And they were going to crash it.
That's the Israelis.
Was it Israel? I thought it might have been China, though. And we were supposed to be able to see it and all this kind of stuff. And it was like, no. But then there was...
I could be mixing it up. It was the Israelis that crashed something on the moon, and it had a bunch of tardigrades on it.
Yeah, that was the tardigrades. But I think the other one earlier was China doing the moon crash thing. And remember, the moon rang like a bell and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that was decades ago that happened.
Oh, okay.
But okay, yeah, I don't know. Why are we caring that they're finding stuff that we've known about for a very long time? China, come on.
Yeah, it was 2014. China's Change E5T1 craft, October 2014, crashed into the moon, and that's where they found water.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moon water. Okay.
So China found it in 2014 as well.
Yeah. And everyone's confirming it. All the mainstream outlets: indie.co.uk, space.com, Reuters. What would be the purpose given what we're seeing with the mainstream media turn on China, what would be the purpose of reporting on all this like China moon stuff? Does it ring a familiar bell from maybe, I don't know, the 60s, 50s with Russia? The space
what are
race.
You saying?
I'm talking
Just
about the space race. We're in a new space race, or at least what's being framed as sort of a modern age space race. I think your Flippy updates with the robot arms is part of that. But I think we're going to start seeing more reports about China's progress in space and all this, partially to, keep the funding coming into American space agencies. But also, we don't know anything about China's government involvement or government curiosities about the so-called unidentified aerial phenomenon that we've been making such a big deal about in the last few weeks and months in the United States, becoming a big thing, congressionally, and, there's a whole group being formed. NASA's forming its own research team and all this kind of stuff. And I'm just curious how much China knows or allegedly knows about all this stuff. And it just seems to me like they are preparing for another type of space race where they're like, look at China. They're finding water on the moon. They're starting to move bases on the moon or whatever. Yeah. And then America's going to have to catch up. We can't have China be the sole, people on the moon. Our proud Freemasons went there in the 1969. We must, claim our land or whatever. Right. So I'm just saying, being observers of the news, being observers of trends, of patterns, I would say that this is sort of the beginning of, given all the context of China in the news right now being a negative thing, showing all this progress with China, or what appears to be progress. We know that water on the moon has been a thing for a long time, but again, this visual facade or this illusion that China is doing research on the moon and coming up with breakthroughs. I think it's a setup for much more discoveries perhaps to come when it comes to space things. And that leads me to this other fun story here. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I have the wrong one pulled up. That was the kicker. But the one that I'm going to give you first here is from space.com. They're both from space.com, actually. And this one is headlined, Mars rover Perseverance spots shiny silver litter on the red planet.
Mars litter?
Yeah.
Mars trash.
Yeah. So, and
are we going to start the Eco Warriors stuff on Mars now already? It's a little soon, guys.
Yeah, well, they got Antarctica, but now we got the moon. It's hilarious because you look at this photo. I don't know if you can see it, Basil. I have it up on the screen here for those of you who are watching along here. But it's basically, you got your Mars sort of sandy
sand, rocks,
and then just not embedded, but just placed inside the jagged ridges of a rock here is this what looks like tinfoil, polka dot tinfoil.
Yeah, it's the wrapper of a Mars bar.
Right.
Thank you. Best joke all episode.
I think it's hilarious that they're like they obviously they can't hide this, so they're like, we gotta.
What do you mean can't hide it?
Explain.
They took the picture. If they just don't take the picture, they could hide it. Nobody's checking on them. I mean, unless it is out in the Nevada desert, then Bureau of Land Management might come find it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What if somebody recognizes this rock? It's like, wait a minute, this is in my backyard over in Santa Fe. So this is what the article says. No, this isn't evidence of advanced but careless Martian life. Look at that. Already judging those Martians and their not climate-friendly activity.
Those bigots.
On Monday, June 13th, NASA's Perseverance rover snapped a photo of a shiny silver object wedged between two rocks on the floor of the red planet's Jezero crater, which the car-sized robot has been exploring since its February 2021 touchdown. This space trash is not native to Mars, Perseverance hauled it from Earth, the rover's handlers said. So it's our trash, allegedly. Quote, my team has spotted something unexpected. It's a piece of a thermal blanket that they think may have come from my descent stage. The rocket-powered jetpack that set me down on landing day back in 2021. Perseverance team member wrote via the rover's Twitter account today, which was the 15th of June, about a week ago. Quote, that shiny bit of foil is part of a thermal blanket, a material used to control temperatures. It's a surprise finding this here. My descent stage crashed about 2 kilometers away. Did this piece land here after that, or was it blown here by the wind? They asked in another tweet, which featured a close-up of the blanket bit. This isn't the first time we've gotten a look at some of the gear that helped Perseverance hit the red dirt safely. On April 19th, NASA's tiny Ingenuity helicopter flew over the rock's back shell and parachute, snapping amazing photos from a variety of angles. The aerial imagery is helping engineers assess the performance and condition of the black shell and chute, which could inform the design of future Mars missions. NASA officials have said, blah, blah, blah. It's all about more funding for the future, which, again, is always funny because they're like, oh, we have mistakenly left something in the image of a thing on Mars. It's debris from our landing. We need more money to make sure that none of this happens again. It's very convenient. They're very good at this.
I believe 122go2 in chat. He says it's a tinfoil hat.
We got a good close-up of it here.
They're teasing us.
You gotta, this has to be some virtue signaling to people like us. Yeah. It says here, Perseverance is hunting for signs of ancient Mars life and collecting samples for future return to Earth. Billions of years ago, Jezero hosted a lake and a river delta, and is therefore a great place to do such work, mission team members have said. And I find this interesting that they're talking about the rivers and the water life of Mars, which is something that David Flynn fans would recognize as part of, perhaps, again, these are all theories and stuff, but part of the, given the narratives, potential sort of space drama, planetary drama that occurred, that recorded in the Bible with Rahab being broken into pieces, being a potential former planet that was destroyed and became the asteroid belt. It's all great stuff. But just the idea of ancient Mars being a place where life flourished, that maybe our origins are from Mars. That's very, the New Agers really picked up on it, but it's part of some alternative narratives that are out there that can work with the biblical narrative. And then it says this at the end. The rover has taken plenty of interesting photos that don't include scraps of its own protective gear. Over the weekend, for example, Perseverance snapped a memorable shot from Jezero Delta region that featured a balancing boulder and a rock that looks strikingly like an open-mouthed snakehead. Whoa. And then we go to the article here. Perseverance Mars rover spots weird snakehead rock and balancing boulder. Photo. And again, for those of you watching, I have enlarged the photo for you to see. It's not loading. Hold on. Let me see here. Here we go. Boom. There it is. For those of you watching. And yes, it's weird. It looks like a little tiny... I don't know how a little tiny rock is able to settle itself down on on top of another rock like that. That looks like somebody put it there. I don't know if you see what I'm seeing, Basil.
Yeah,
I'm talking
looking
about the
at
rock sitting on top of the pillar rock there.
It reminds me of some sort of small town Americana sightseeing you can do if you're on a road trip or something, and you go to some, I don't know, a monument or a thing, or I forget where it was. There's this is the rock that old Jebediah Johansson put here to build his cabin.
Right.
And the cabin's gone, but the rock is still here. And you sit there and there's a plaque and you go, wow.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a rock on another rock. And there's one of those on Mars, apparently. Somebody get the plaque. Call the plaque maker.
Which is, I'm looking at it going, there's no way how does that naturally happen? Can nature really do that?
Well, I mean, it's Mars nature, man.
Okay. Oops. And then to the right of that is what I guess the rock ridge that looks like a snake.
Yeah, it's got a little snake head coming out there.
Kind of.
I get it. There's definitely Martians up there messing around with those rocks, man.
Well, they're just making portraits up there of their own face.
Yeah, or they're in just western Wyoming. Either way, with a sepia filter.
Yes, that's all Mars landscape is sepia tone Instagram photos.
It's western Utah, eastern Nevada, sepia tone.
That's it.
All right.
That's it. Yeah. I'm just saying, man. China.
I like it.
China and rocks on Mars, they're setting up for the Great Deception.
It's the end, folks. Keep an eye on the horizon. It's all going down. We went pretty long today, Gonz.
We did. Well, I think one of our, which one was it? The Uvalde part was really long. I think
that was me. That was my bad.
That's okay.
That was my bad.
It's we need to massage through some of this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I was just giving you a hard time because at the end, the line you said was, none of this matters. So I was just picking on you for saying that as your conclusion.
You little rascal. I am so hot. It is so hot in this room. We have to end this show.
You're so hot.
I'm... Gonz.
You need to air out, buddy. You need to
Thanks, everybody,
cool down.
for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Episode 499. 499. Next one is 500. It's crazy. It's incredible.
Cody, come here.
We owe it all to the producers. Are you trying to say something? Are you cross-talking me right now?
No, I'm yelling at the dog. I'm trying to get the dog to put himself on camera because, everybody loves Cody.
Sure, a little dog bonus for the viewers. All right, we'll be back on Friday. Friday is the 24th, and that'll be episode 500. You've got a couple more days, folks, to get in on the action for those of you who want to help celebrate the 500th episode of Canary Cry News Talk with us. Again, we are celebrating the participation of our producers in the value for value model. We could not have done it, especially in this amount of time, if it was not for the producers keeping this show going, making it happen. And remember, you can get that 500th episode knighthood or damehood of your dreams, along with the episode 500 challenge coin by participating in either of the cool, fun episode 500 programs we got going on. You can find those at CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
Oh, oops. Sorry. Petting the dog.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. That's right. We got options for one-time producerships. We got options for pledges to make between now and episode 555. Both will get you the challenge coin and the knighthood or the damehood. It's very exciting. Thank you for those who have already participated in that. I am hard at work getting this challenge coin printer man everything he needs to help us celebrate what we're doing. And thank you to our executive producer today. That's Sir James, Knight and Servant of the Lion of Judah. Couldn't do it without our executive producers across the board and the rest of our producers. And if you want to become a producer of this show, folks, remember, it's not just about, being generous or donating or being pestered enough to finally participate in the value for value model. It's a very powerful thing going on here. A disconnection from the overarching miasma of advertising culture that goes on the internet across the world, the realm of whatever shape that it may be. That is not only the economics of it are simply the tool by which they use to control the flow of information, as well as take every opportunity to psychologically manipulate people who are subject to that advertising industry. So if you believe in the revolution of the value for value model, please consider becoming a producer of the show. And episode 500 is a great day to do that. And if you can't or don't want to participate in either of the specials, help us celebrate in your own way.
Too much shake.
You don't got to do what we say. You could come in with whatever number you want. Send in any piece of art that you want. You artists, you creative people, help us celebrate episode 500 as much as you can.
Hey, we'll even take $5 for the 500.
500 pennies. That is not nothing.
Yeah.
We'll give you a big old thank you for the 500 pennies. Yeah. 500 pennies, 500 dimes, 500 quarters. I don't even know what that is. What is 500 quarters?
I don't know. I can't do the math right now.
I can't either. That's $125 is 500 quarters. Yeah. So I'm going to keep the ending short here, Gonz, because I'm losing my mind.
You're so hot, bro.
I'm so hot right now. Thank you to our clip producers clipping up all those videos.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Come on, man.
I got text coming. I have dog. Here we go. Clippers.
Clipping all those videos.
Thanks, Clippies. Emsworth and Faye Liverin clipping all the videos, making the Canary Cry Clips channel a thing. Go subscribe on YouTube and or Odyssey, both preferably. Thank you to our timestampers.
Timestamp.
Timestamp. It's hard work. Timestamp.
Yeah, no show on Monday, but our timestamper on Friday, Christine C. Thank you very much for doing the timestamps. Our back end relies on these timestamps in so many different ways, and our timestampers have been some of the most faithful producers over the years, and we're really impressed. Go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. It is not... Go ahead.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Is not currently updated with the newest meetups, but go check it out. Meetups are by you. And if there's not one near you, put one on yourself. Like Sean S. is putting one on in Reno, Nevada on July 30th. So that's all it takes, folks. Send us an email, and we'd be happy to tell the world and put it on the email there. We'll put it on the email, but also the webpage. And it's a great way to connect with people who are on the level with you. Good friends, soulmates, marriages have come from these meetups. And so if you're looking for any of those things, go to the meetups. That's the whole reason. Okay. Go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. See you at the meetup.
This is fun.
That's right. Other than that, folks, just leave ratings and reviews and share the show with your mom and your dad and your friends and let them know that, does their life feel like it's missing something? Well, it is. It's missing Canary Cry News Talk and quality, adequate mainstream news, corporate news media analysis and deconstruction. It's not just that stuff. It's also just sanity. It's sanity and it's fun. And if you want to find some other very creative way to share the show, here's what you're going to do. We always have creative people and they want to figure out a different way to share the show. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to just go pay the ticket price and legally enter the Capitol building with the correct credentials and a tour guide. And do not stray from the tour guide. Do not lose your credentials. You are an upstanding citizen, and you're just simply there to tell everyone, every politician or security guard that Canary Cry News Talk will save this country.
Clearly, I'm a very impatient 5-year-old trying to end the show. We have hot Basil trying to end the show, but for some reason, the pace of this thriller is really grinding to a halt here.
It's working, Gonz. This is how you get their attention. So go do that. Go pay for a ticket and a tour of the Capitol building, and do not break any rules, and you will find an opportunity to share the show with people. And then there'll be, at this point, the news will show up and they will say, hello, upstanding citizen. You apparently are the only person in the world capable of entering this building and following the rules. Do you have anything to say for yourself? And you say, get out of here, mainstream corporate news. I will only give my interview to Canary Cry News Talk. And then we will interview you. And everybody in the world will listen to the show. That's just one way to share it. You don't have to do it
Give me a
that way.
second.
But if you want any more instructions, here's what you do. We call it rattling cages. You just walk right up to him, you grab him by the cage, and then you shake it. But don't do that in the Capitol building, because that will get you arrested. But other than that, let Homer Simpson tell you the rest.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right, just ask Noah. Any last words, Gonzo?
Well, I would like to say farewell to the 400s. Done with that.
Yes.
And then I was thinking about patience here and suffering. I was thinking about James 5:10. It says, as an example of suffering and patience, brothers, take the prophets who spoke in the name of the Lord. See how blessed we consider those who have persevered.
Yes.
Yes, just a good reminder, because
Amen, brother.
It's been a long time to get to 500. It's taken a lot of patience and suffering.
Yeah.
So, just thought
sort of like
remind us ourselves.
Sort of like right now.
Oh, are you suffering?
The patience, the perseverance.
Patience. Yep. And for we're not at 500 yet, so I won't do that. But
nope, we'll do that then. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage. Whew, it's hot.
Why are you so hot?
It's so hot in here.
Feed him more. I'll keep you warm and safe, and my people too.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
Children in the space lane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
Supersonic space lane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward on board. The passengers experienced 3 G's of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh, yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes. Do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
He can accomplish it. You can too. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes,
cool.
Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
Avius anchor.
We have Bezos, a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Wives in space, children in the cosmos. With your best friend brother. Wives in the cosmos, children in the space lane.
We are headed to space.
Propaganda.
Called out a beast from the sea. It had 7 heads with 10 horns. 10 crowns were on its horns, and blasphemous names were on its heads. And to it the dragon gave his power and authority. one of its heads had a mortal wound, but it was healed. So the whole world followed the beast, and they worshipped the dragon, for that was the source of the power of the beast. And they said, "Who is like the beast, and who can fight against it?" The beast was allowed to make war on the saints, and to conquer them. It was given authority over every tribe and nation. Listen closely. If anyone is to be taken captive, to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain by the sword, then by the sword they must be slain. This is a call for the endurance of the saints. Then I saw a second beast rise from the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It shared all the authority of the first beast, and it made the whole earth worship him, the one whose mortal wound was healed. This second beast will perform great signs, even calling fire down from heaven. It will deceive the whole world into making an image for the beast that was wounded and yet lived. The second beast will then give breath to this image, and all those who do not worship the image of the beast will be killed. It will cause everyone, both rich and poor, to be marked, so that no one can buy or sell unless they bear the mark, that is, the name of the beast, or the number of its name. Then, behold, the Lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him were the 144,000 who are sealed with his name. They have been redeemed from mankind as the firstfruits of God, for they are blameless. Then an angel flew overhead, proclaiming the gospel to the whole earth. He said, "Fear God and give him glory. The hour of his judgment has come." A second angel followed and said, "Fallen is Babylon, the one who has made all the nations drink the wine of immorality." Then a third angel came and said, "If anyone worships the beast and receives its mark, he will also drink the wine of God's wrath." Then I saw a white cloud, and seated there was the Son of Man. He wore a golden crown on his head, and he carried a sharp sickle. Another angel came out from the temple of God and said, "Go and reap, for the hour has come. The harvest of the earth is fully ripe." So the one seated on the cloud swung his sickle across the earth, and the earth was reaped. Then another angel came out from the temple in heaven, and he also had a sharp sickle. I heard a voice say to him, "Gather the clusters from the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe." So the angel swung his sickle and gathered the grape harvest of the earth. He threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And when the winepress was trodden, the blood flowed from it for miles.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support